Hey everybody, we're gonna get started in a minute. I'm just getting more people in here. I hope everybody's having a good day, good day, good day. Mr. Wrong Turn. So I'm on time today. Let's see. I'm waiting on the mod. Hey, how's everybody doing? Hey, Unbreakable. Hey, Cheerio. I'm just waiting on the mod to get in so we can get started. So I do hope everybody is having the best day. I'm having a good day, productive day. I want to talk about some stuff before we get started. So today I'm going to tell you guys a story, and the story is going to be based off of a post that I made I think about a couple of days ago. And it is talking about the double standards with men and women. We're going to mix in a little bit of Umar, but I want to also go off into some other things, like do a bridge into some other things, because that talking about that all the time, I really have to force myself to get on and get back in that mode. But talking about it all the time, it can be depressing because of the energy surrounding it. And then also, remember, I'm not covering this because I just I'm in this niche in this sector. Like, I literally have a personal or had a personal connection to this. And then the stuff that's starting to go around, well, not even starting, it's been around it, makes it that much worse. I want to talk to you guys about some people that have been affected by some of this movement, and let me pull this up so I can read the question to you guys, or read the post to you guys. So it says, how stupid is it to blame a woman for choosing the wrong man, but never blame the man who faked his entire personality just to get her? So this applies not only to men, but for this particular one, and for my scenario, it's a man. But men go through this too. I'm sure of it. I am sure of it. They handle it a little bit different, I believe, because women were more emotional. But I don't think that women have pain any more severe than men do. We just show it differently. um with it, like with all of this that's going on with Umar, the one thing that I am seeing is that I am supposed to have had this insight, like this. They say we have the intuition. I get that, but you have to be constantly tapped into it. You need to, like, I guess, cultivate it. You need to feed it in order for it to work properly. I'm a big believer that you have to follow your intuition in order for it. It's like maybe like a muscle, or like the brain. You have to use it in order for it to get better and better and better. But when you discount it, you shut it off. When you surround yourself with people that do not encourage you to use it, then it gets weaker. So with a lot of these issues that have came up, a big thing has been, why didn't she? It's like hindsight is 2020. And when I'm in the moment, I have to even take myself back to that place and remember, what did you feel in that moment? Why were you doing this? Why were you not alert? Why didn't you see things? Why didn't you react different? You do all of that to yourself, because nobody wants to go through anything like this. Okay. But is you don't get any passes. You don't get, and these are people that don't understand, like, you literally have an ex. If you follow the advice that you're giving, the unsolicited at time advice that you're giving, you would also avoid going through a relationship that did not go to the level that you wanted it to go, right? And people are insensitive to it. I feel maybe this is just I'm partial because like I'm a woman, so I feel like women don't get those passes. Um, there are a lot of people like, well, I saw the house. Well, you were sleeping with him. Well, I didn't see the house before I started sleeping with him. And you should have seen all of this. You should have known all of this. I literally, now here, it would be a different conversation if I went to the hotel that night, you know what I'm saying? And I just, I laid down. You open yourself up to that. But when you take the time, you vet people out, you ask questions. I took maybe 4 months trying to get to know this person. So it wasn't, even though I had intentions for it in the beginning for it to be like longevity. When I met him, it was like when I met up with him in Philly, it didn't give me that type of vibe. It wasn't the same vibe that we were texting. And then people are like, well, oh, well, 2 years. Well, you're looking at a 2-year span, but that's not me in close proximity to him. Like I wasn't like in the same city. We didn't do lunch. If I had been closer to him physically, then I probably would have picked up most of this shit in what 4 or 5 days. 4 or 5 days. And then there are women, and I don't want to tell their story, but I will refer to it. There are women that were with him for years, and they had no idea that he lived like that. They knew the mask was slip, but it was never a exclusive relationship. They went into it. They knew that it was not exclusive. They watched stripper. I hate calling her that. Kim Ringle. They watched her situation and they stayed on the boat. They knew what was going on with the mother, like his situation with his family and the mother. They knew all of these things and they still decided to stay there. And I can't even pass judgment on that because I don't know where they were in their life in that particular moment to be like, wag my finger like you should have. So I tried to go back, and this was like almost 6, 7 months ago, and try to figure out what was going on in my life. I knew what was going on in my personal life, but how was I walking around and that delusional about what kind of situation I was in? And the only thing that keeps popping up is that I did not know it was to the level that it was at. It's like how he was living, the stuff with his mom, the stuff with the women. And I didn't feel like it really mattered because I didn't have any intentions with him. So during that time, I will tell you, we lost a ton of people in my family. We had a tragedy at the event. I was looking for another investor before one investor was going to snatch money off the table, and I did not want to lose my project. Plus I had to work, and where I was working at the time, IRS is stressful in itself. I had a 17-year-old that, had his own things going on. Plus I have other kids that have their things going on. No excuses, but I'm just laying this out what was going on in my life at that time. It was a lot. So when I looked at going out to Philly, that was like my stress, my decompress. And I think I was using it as my happy space with texting and everything to try to decompress from all of the shit that was going on in my life. I never talk about my business. I'm not going to go too far in that because people are out here doing some weird ass shit. But I will tell you that working at the IRS, it costed me, well, it brought in some opportunities that I was able to expand and do some great things for myself, but it came with a cost. A lot of the times dealing with people that you're in that space with, yep, that's my word, space. But a lot of the times dealing with people and doing what I stepped into, um, you're dealing with people that don't take no for an answer. They get what they want. They are very much on the mindset of like Umar, but with direction. It's not like they have this ego, this arrogance, the funding to match it, and they can't make stuff happen. They make it happen, So that's why I said Umar doesn't have the temperament. He's not of the character that would be able to even do what he's trying to do, because I work with people that are like that. But you get beat up a lot. I've had people that have, and that's why I'm thick skinned as a mug. You can't say nothing out here to hurt me. I've had people tell me, well, how can I trust you with this and you can't control what goes in your mouth? This is what I've had a client tell me. I'm like, oh, okay. Like, oh, okay. So, you get beat up. There are people that don't like Black people, and it just for your skill set, I'm going to deal with you. But they make it very clear that they have a mindset about Black people, and you got to grin and bear it. So I can handle some shit. Let me tell you. And then you have people that have money that is insane, and you're trying to make, catch up because you don't come from wealth. And they will, and they feel like they have money. What can you tell them? You can't tell them no. So if they put you on something to do it and you don't produce, guess what? And at this time, I was trying to grow what I was doing. Then you got to perform. You gotta make it happen. So with all of that, I take a lot of shit. And so when I go into this space, it's for what it is. I don't have any expectations. And I'm gonna just be honest, it's sex, and it is what it is. He didn't ask no questions, and I was cool with that. And then in return, I think I was like in my own world about like who this person was. So I was walking around with my head in the clouds. I admit to that. But I didn't go into that with any expectation. Now, what I did for him, this is kind of the post that I put up today. That's nothing different than what I have done for other people. I put up that post because people think that they're digging and they don't know what the hell they're looking at. I'm not going to try to solve it because I'm not going to get tricked out of my bag and give them more ammo. But they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. They don't. And so I know what I do. I know who that person is. I know she trends on TikTok locally. The city knows who she is. I brought her here. I wanted her to win, and I made some poor decisions, not only with her but with others. And the whole thing about all of this is that Umar knows this because he's given me a woman to do the same thing that I've done for other women. So I'm always championed for women. I'm gonna tell y'all, it is really quite odd and strange that, or to watch people looking at my bare behind. I mean, you're not seeing nothing. It's like you can see more in Miami, but it's odd as shit to be sitting up there looking at a photo of somebody and you don't feel no type of way. I don't think I could stay in that space. It's odd as hell that a 51-year-old man passed a photo to another man and he wasn't like, man, I don't want to see all that. Crap that down and just give me the meat of it. They didn't feel no way about it. They didn't feel no way about it. And that I'm cool with it. I made peace with it when I decided to come out. But I've never seen any shit like that. I know they do that shit in prison. They pass pictures of women in prison. I've never seen that in real life. That is some strange shit. But like I said, I made peace with all of that. I also know Umar. Umar knew exactly who to get that shit to. Them texts, he knew he couldn't push that shit to Tasha. He knew he couldn't take it to Storm Monroe. We a year and a half in. He knew to take it to the gutter. And he knew that they were going to be able to put it up there and key off of it. But it was designed to embarrass me, but it was also designed to hype himself up because of the things that were talked about in the text. We were laying down to each other. I mean, we were having intercourse. I don't understand how people's mind is blown away. Yeah, the text, there's worse ones than that. I have recordings, I have photos, I have voicemails. Well, one I let out on Lennon. I got one other one, and I didn't let that stuff go. I didn't let that stuff go, but this is what I'm trying to tell you. They want to make the EBT community that's about money. That has nothing to do with money or your, how educated or how, it's about a mentality. I would never sit up there and I didn't even let his mother's house go. And I don't blame that girl because I don't know where she was. She's young, she's naive, but nobody is looking at the fact that this is the level of festivity you are taking people to. Hey, anti-Afros Fingali. Yeah, like this is the level that you're taking people to. Why is this happening? For that girl to be that young, she was going through that house. She was upset. That's a trauma response. I'm sorry. It is. And she came out, she validated everything that I had been saying. I just feel I can't shake the fact that you can't talk about morals and try to align me with the same evil that Umar is doing to make yourself look better. No, anytime you put up and showcase a woman like that and you don't feel no way about it, you gotta do some self-checking. You gotta check in about yourself. Maybe you need to step back. People been saying you need to get off the internet. I'm not doing shit like that. I don't die. I mean, I put up that phone number. Remember, that was in an accident. I thought I was going fast. I thought I scratched it out. It was not malicious intent, sir. You put my pictures up there, malicious intent. We're not the same. And for both of those men to sit up there and know, because people think I don't know stuff about that. I know all kinds of stuff. I just don't put it out. But I will say this: you are two fathers of little girls. Both of those men had little girls. And then not only that, you couldn't leave your little girls with the man that you're championing on. You're not seeing this for what it is. You're not seeing it for what it is. I can publicly say, and I don't know where this live is going to go, who's going to hear it. I can't control that, but I can publicly say I have it offline. I have never done anyone wrong. I've never slept with anybody's man. I've never been slutted out. I've never done it, stole from people. I've never lied on anybody. I don't have drama. I don't have drama come to my front door. This is the type of life that I live. I have a drama free life, but I was walking with my head down and I got into this mess, and I'm trying to make sure, and I'm stumbling, I'm finding my way as I go about, but I'm trying to make sure no one else younger or any other women go through what I went through. Now, am I going about it the right way? Hell, I don't know. But I'm in it to try to prevent anyone else from having these issues. And I was the perfect person because I can put my name out there. I can be okay with my body being out there as long as, and it's too late now because there's already been a girl come out. She's how much? She said she was 25. She met him when she was 23. That's what I was trying to get in front of. And I've been saying that. I've been saying that. I hope he don't get a younger girl because I know what that's going to do. And it did exactly what I said it was going to do. It put his mother in danger, and it put his house up on YouTube. You can't continue to blame women for having reactions to the evil shit that he's doing. And you can't save everybody. I'm learning that now, even with the post that I put up with the woman. And let me tell y'all, if she wasn't on TikTok going crazy, the city loves her. And I've been in promoting, don't kick her while she's down. If you see her, give her some love. But I would never put her up to exploit her story. I've been trying to protect all of these women. I've been trying to protect all of them. I've been trying to protect my identity because some of them came out of some really bad situations, y'all. Anytime I got to strap up, put dudes in the car and we got to run down somewhere to get kids and their mother. And I've spent my own money because sometimes I've spent my own money, even in my own name, I put on things, and that was stupid. But you got to understand, some of these domestic violence places don't understand that they've been fighting. These women have been in turmoil. They've been banging with these dudes. You can't put them in an environment and expect them not to be their go-to, their first foot when they have an altercation or a problem. But it's zero tolerance in those places. And I don't want to see no women out there on the street. This isn't like something that isn't known. I've already been warned. I can't, but I've never had any bad dealings. People told me to stop picking women up in snowstorm. You can't tell me not to pull over at a bus stop and get a woman and her kids out of the cold. I'm sorry, I'm not gonna be that. Get in, put the stroller in the back. Come on, because I'm not gonna be. I don't have the heart to do it. This is why I couldn't stay at the state. I don't have the heart to be like, oh, my stamps is cut off, and then I'm like, well, we close at 5. I can't do that type of work, so I had to get into a job where I was dealing with. Sorry, my phone's blowing up. I had to get in a job where I was working with numbers, and I didn't even know that about myself. I had to take this is way back when you had to take a merit test in order to work for the state. I passed. I was in there. I tried. I worked at a DESI office. I was seeing people getting rolled back. Men up here trying not to go back to selling dope, but they couldn't stop that because they had to get money to pay these fines. They had to get a job. They couldn't afford to get even phones when they came out. Some of them been in jail for so long they didn't even know how to set up their phones. I used to get in trouble for going and taking inmates and helping them set up, or not inmates, but helping them set up phones because they have been in jail for so long. They don't know how these phones work. That's just me. That's my heart. Am I perfect? Am I a saint? Hell no. Hell no. I have to go and get a checkup from the neck up all the time. Because some of the stuff that I do is counterproductive. You're trying to be helpful, but you're being hurtful. You're putting yourself in danger. When I went in there and I took care of his mother, I didn't even I had hid it from people, but I hid it from the same support system that has been keeping me safe. I put myself in a bad situation that could have ended up costing me because I know that that man had me in there to take a fall for something. And the fact that I was on my toes when that happened, like when that happened, that's what got me where I was. But people were talking about I should have hotlined it. You know, I couldn't have hotlined it, you guys, at that time because I believe that my mindset was that this is chaos because it's in transition. It's circumstantial. You know, he told me the bad situation with the nurses. Okay, so things are out of order. You're going to help get it in order. Never was I under the impression that this man is lying, girl. This shit been like this. And he, as soon as people give him problems, he swaps them out. That information was hidden from me until I got closer. So I say all of this not to give excuses, but just to explain to you guys so you'll understand what I was dealing with, you know. And it's hard. It really is hard for me to tell people I can't help you. But this situation has put me into that mindset. I have to tell people I can't. I'm sorry, I can't help you. I can't trust you. I can't. I've never been that type of person. I embrace everybody until you do me wrong, and then I push you away. And I've been dealing with people that operate the opposite. They push people away until they prove themselves, and then they bring them in. So I didn't want that type of heart. I didn't want that way about myself. But women do not get that type of they just don't get that second chance. They don't get that pass. I listened to a live me and Svengali was on, and the guy had already made up in his mind what had happened, why I was in that space. You women want to be there. Y'all want him. Y'all, and that wasn't what it was. If anything, I had my own personal reasons for being in that space too, because I knew what I was working on. I knew that school, if it got off the ground, it would be a beautiful exemplary, but I didn't know that he was full of shit. I didn't know. I'm banking on the fact if I can come in and I can help him get his life together. Never did it ever stop. Did I stop and wonder why is his life like this? Why does he have fires everywhere? That took me in coming out of the situation to be able to see it. So yeah, we have spaces like this where we can talk about things. We all have made mistakes. We learn and we do better. I think that this was one of those times. Some people get it sooner in life and some people get it later in life. I got mine later in life. But let me tell y'all, I'm so happy because the things that I have walked in that could have been potentially dangerous, I've come out and I've been shielded. And at the time, I thought it was, for whatever reason, but I can only say that it was by grace. It was purely by grace. So, how do you do better going forward? You know how embarrassing it is to, not about the situation and the things that happen, but I've been helping my children, my older children, navigate through life. I said, life is like a road with potholes. I already been through all this stuff. If I can help you swerve around these potholes, why not let me? Why not let me help you? And I have been trying some things they want to experience themselves. My daughter was very helpful with teaching me, like, Mom, I just want to have the experience. And I'm like, yeah, I don't want to rob people of the experience, but you don't want to choose something that the consequence you cannot come back for. The consequence will be life changing. But you still got to let them make their own decisions. I knew what I was doing was wrong, you guys. Let me tell you, when you be honest with yourself, let me tell you why. I knew what I was doing was wrong because I was hiding it. I was hiding it. I was not telling people where I was going when I went to Philly. I was not telling people who I was linking up with. I was hiding it. So if you're going to be really honest with yourself, you're going to have real conversations about honesty. I knew it. So that was that intuition kicking in. I knew that was not a real man. Why? Because I was raised by a real man. And it ain't beating on your chest or, holding doors open for women. He shouldn't have needed a woman to come in to help him. That's not what men need. He shuns other men. He don't want the accountability of other men placed on him. So why the hell do you think you could go in there and get this man to act and do right? I was delusional as hell. Even to the point, looking at them text messages, please talk to me. What do you? It's manipulation to keep you emotionally invested. I can't even flex that I didn't give him any money because I gave him more than that. I gave him time. My phone is going ballistic. I'm gonna sit on it. So yeah, like I know now. I learned a lesson at my age. You can still learn stuff if you're lucky. If you're lucky, if you're open to it, if you are willing to be honest with yourself. But I feel like women don't get passes, and I think it's because we have so much that is expected of us. And we know, just like when I had kids, any false move, it doesn't only affect you, it affects other people. I got a lot of the energy that I'm getting from some men online. It's not even that they're upset with me. They're like, damn, you wasn't looking at this right. It's the same offline with the men. People wonder why I didn't have people at court, because I cannot be responsible putting men in that space that do not play around about me, because I did something stupid. That would be me transferring my shit off onto somebody else. They was outside though. But they was not inside. I don't think that would have been smart It wasn't me hiding anything. And I just really should have took better care to you got to move like there are people that care about you and people that will be affected by your moves. So I wasn't doing that. I wasn't considering other people when I was sneaking off to Philly. Now, did I pass up on any of my kids? Absolutely not. One trip, my kids were in the Virgin Islands. He knows that because I told him. I said, "Well, my kids won't be back. You know, they took my vacation, and they went off to the Virgin Islands, and they was cool. So my children were never neglected. And then I got big kids. I don't have little tykes. I don't have little tykes. I didn't even like really date back then, but I didn't have little tykes. They were big kids. They barely want to be bothered with me. They want to go out and do what they want to do. But that's what I wanted to tell you guys. As far as the text message that were given, there's more of those. There's some juicy ones. There are ones when I'm cussing him out. He did a lot of stuff that just really agitated me. I was never in line with what he was doing and what he believed. That's another reason why I know I wasn't supposed to be in that space. I disagree with a lot of the stuff that he was pushing. I don't agree. But there are things that I do agree with. But he's not the only person or the person that has that or had that original thought that came from somewhere else. So I was going to tell you guys a story about someone, and I'm going to change up a little bit of the information so you guys don't have, like anything to protect the innocent. So there was this girl that she came from good background, you know, and she met up with a guy, and the guy presented himself. He was good looking, he dressed nice, he smelled good, he had the car, the home, and he supposedly was doing real estate, and they hit it off. He treated her good. He treated her really good. And they started dating. Eventually, down like 2 years in, they moved in together. And you know how they say, it's the saying, I don't know if any of you've ever heard of this, but you'll never know a man or a woman unless you have a baby by them or you move in with them. Well, this was that situation. So one day she's not feeling well. She's got stomach, like upset stomach. And she stays home from work. And he says, I'm going to go show a house. And so she says, okay, I'm going to lay in bed and get my bearings. So he goes out, and then she decides that she probably needs to go get something for her stomach. It's not letting up. And I won't be graphic, but she's getting sick. So she leaves out. And as she's leaving out, this is some time he's been gone, he's coming back up and he's like, hey, where you going? And she says, oh, I'm going to go get something for my stomach. And so she hears the fob coming around the corner, and she sees the light on this car. And she's looking at the car. It's identical to his car, but it's a different color. And so her stomach gets to grumbling again, and she says, I'll ask them when I get back. She wants to know, where did this car come from? Where is his car? So she leaves out. She's coming back home from the store, and as soon as she is pulling into the parking lot of the Lofts, he's pulling out. He hits the horn real quick. And so it's for sure that he was driving this car that's identical to the car that she knows, but it's a different color. So she goes back upstairs. She lays down. Later on that evening, she gets up. She sees the fob on the island of the kitchen. She picks up the fob and she goes down to investigate this car. Now, the guy has a nice car, you guys. Put whatever car you want to think, any car, your dream car. Okay. So she goes downstairs. She hits the fob. He's upstairs. He's knocked out sleep. She opens up the door. She sees this gym bag because he goes to the gym all the time. And she's inspecting this car. And the car doesn't look new or anything like that. She sits in the passenger seat and she's moving things around in the console. She looks down and she notices that there's a piece of the carpet that is kind of pulled back a little bit, not too much, but enough to make you think, why is this carpet not lined up in this amazing, car that he drives and keeps immaculate? So she pulls it back and it's Velcro. So it's like something or someone has put the Velcro to keep the carpet pushed down, but she pulls it back. And guess what she sees? She sees a gun and she sees a lot of money. There's every bit of about $30,000 or $40,000 worth of cash money in this car. And she sits back in the seat. She hurries up and puts it back. And she sits back in the seat, and all of these things are going through her mind. So she opens up the glove compartment to take a look at the registration. And sure enough, his name is on the registration. Everything on the paperwork is just like, yeah, it's his car. So she's coming back upstairs. She shuts the door, locks it, comes back upstairs, and she's like, what in the hell is going on? So when she comes upstairs, he's in the kitchen and he's like, what are you doing? She said, whose car is that? He said, that's my car. She said, hold on, wait a minute. Your car is black. This car is like a gray. He says, yeah, I have another car and I usually keep it over at my brother's house. Then she blurts out, before she could even think about not telling him, investigating forward, she says, you got a lot of money and a gun in that car. And he's like, you went through my car? And she says, why do you have so much money in the car? Now, they're not hurting for money, but they're not the type of they're not in a situation financially to where, he could just be rolling around with $30,000 in the car, and not even that, the gun. So she doesn't lay into the gun in the money situation. She's stuck on this car, and her stomach starts to hurt. So she's stuck on the car. She's asking him about the car. And he says, you don't go through my stuff. He turns into a whole nother person. And she's like, I don't feel good. I'm going to go lay down. And he says, well, I'm on my way out. She's like, it's 11 something at night. Where are you going? And he just takes off out of the door. So she calls him. She calls him once. She calls him twice. He doesn't answer. She said, well, I'm going to let it calm down. But when he comes back, so he comes back and it's like 3:00 in the morning. He goes into the closet. She's up, but she doesn't let him know that she's up. And he goes into the closet, he gets some clothes, and he turns on the shower, and he's about to take a shower. She sits up in the bed, and she's waiting on him to get out. He comes out, and she says, "Hey, like, we need to finish this." He's like, "Don't speak." She tries again, "Don't speak." And it was the tone of his voice. She just laid down and went back to sleep. So time goes on, and I'm going to get to the chase of it, you guys. One time she's leaving out, she glances up in the rear view just by chance, and she sees that the car is leaving out of the parking lot, and he's going the opposite way. So she makes a quick second decision to turn around and follow this car just out of the blue, because his behavior is not matching. She's thinking, y'all know what she's thinking, it's another woman, right? So she gets behind him, and she's going and following him. And the guy pulls up behind. They go for some time. They're driving for every bit of 25 minutes. She pulls up behind him. He doesn't even notice that she's there. But she's not riding, like tailing him. So he pulls in behind a department store. We'll call it Home Depot. Like just behind Home Depot. She goes further up and sits. This is like the island parking lot. She sits at another area of the parking lot so she can see. And the car is just sitting there, not doing anything. So she's like, "Oh, he done seen me and he's waiting for me to leave." She starts the car back up, and guess what happens? The car that she knows is his pulls up. And she looks, and she sees that the man that's driving it comes out of the car. She doesn't recognize him. Never seen this man before in her life. Then her boyfriend gets out of the car, and he takes his regular car, and the other guy takes that car and then takes off. She pulls off after, and he's going deeper into an area that both of them do not frequent. She follows him. She follows him. He's got to be in his head because he's not paying attention, and she's not really close behind him. But he pulls up to this bar in this area that they don't frequent. So they're like, he's like down in the hood. So she sits and she waits outside. He goes in. He's in there for every bit of 45 minutes. He comes out and he calls her. So she's literally watching him talk to her outside of this bar. He says, "Hey, I'm going to go look at a house. I'm going to show somebody a house." She says, "Okay, no problem." And he says, "You want me to order you food, or you're good?" She says, "I'm fine. I'm still having problems with my stomach." And so she stays and watches him. He gets in the car and he takes off. He's going deeper, deeper down into this area. He shouldn't even be down there. He has no business. And the whole time that they've been dating, she doesn't know why this man is in this area. And so he pulls up to a house. It doesn't look all that great, but he pulls up, and there's a guy, not the same guy from the Home Depot, but another young guy comes out, and he gets into the back seat of the car with her boyfriend. And then they sit in the car for about 15, 20 minutes. He gets out, he goes back in the house, the guy that she doesn't know. And then her boyfriend takes off. So now things are strange. She's like, they're beyond strange. He pulls into a gas station. He goes into the gas station. He pulls up. She pulls behind him. after she sees him going into the gas station. She gets out and she opens up the back seat of the car, and his gym bag is there. So he's in the store doing something. There's two people come out, but he's still in the store. And so she looks in the gym bag and she sees these packages. And they're all wrapped up, and they're purple, and there's some of them are baby blue, and some of them are black, but they're packages. So by this time, she knows he's about to come outside any minute, but she can't stop looking at these packages. She can't see what's in it, anything. And so he does. He comes out and he catches her in the back seat of the car, and she's like, "What are you doing? I thought you were going to go see." He was like, "You following me? You're following me?" And they're having this altercation. He jumps in the car. He speeds off. So, to make a long story short, she's been dating this man. She's had no clue that this man is selling dope, because that's clearly what he's doing. And now she's going to the hospital and she finds out that she's pregnant. She finds out that she's pregnant. So now she's sitting there, she's crying. She has no idea how she got herself into this situation. No idea. How did I get? She comes from a family that they don't have any kind of connection to this type of lifestyle. This man has drug her into it with a lie, an entire lie. And so getting into, or I'm sorry, like canceling this pregnancy is not an option for her based off of her beliefs. But she's no way going to go into a marriage with this man. She's not going to deal with this man at all. She doesn't want to. So, speed things up. 2 years down the road, she's sitting at a dinner table. Now, he's already been outed. He's been busted. He's doing time for a separate. This guy turns into be the type of man that breaks hands by putting people's hands in car doors and slamming it. He's not a good guy at all. This is not the person she thought she was dealing with. And she properly vetted him out, but she still didn't see any signs. There was nothing there to tell her to run for the hills. But not only is he a bad guy, he's the worst kind. And now she has a child by him. So she's sitting at a table with her family, and the baby's in a high chair, and she's having to explain her movement to an uncle that's sitting across from her, chastising her about how did she get herself into this mess. Out of all the people in the family, she's the only one that's not married, that has a baby, and not even that, the guy is the worst kind of guy that you could pick. So there's nothing that she can do about this. A man drug her into his hell, and he has made his hell now a part of her life. How do you deal with something like that? How do you deal with it? There are a lot of women that are out here that have children from these situations, a man that is physically violent to them, and they can't they're having to be forced to do visitation. So when a man like that, physically violent, he can't get his hands on you, he'll try to do, other things, psychological, games, and they're locked into it because the court has demanded that that man be able to see his child, you know. Yeah, you deal with it the best way you know how. But the woman doesn't get a pass. She doesn't get any pass. She has to answer for that mistake every time she goes out. She wants to start dating again. Oh, you got a baby by a dope dealer. Do you think people really want to tell that story over and over and over again? And I had to shorten it up for you guys because she went through hell. But every time she goes out on a date, this is what it is. So it's sad. It's a sad story, but it's all because, like I said, a man decided that he was going to drag her in. He was not transparent about the life that he had because he knew he wouldn't be able to get her. She would not have stayed around and been involved with somebody like that. So how do women bounce back from stuff like that? Men, it's a little bit different. It's a little bit different. It doesn't mean that it doesn't happen. So the story is a lot worse than mine, but there are a lot of women that have been through this. I think the only thing that we can do is just to be patient with people, have tolerance, you know. And it's hard even to have tolerance for people that lie. Maybe he felt that insecure about the way that he was living. I don't know. I don't know. But it's that's the condition of the home is just one part of it. He had 4 months to tell me about women. I asked him about his celibacy. And I wasn't celibate. I want to say that I wasn't celibate. I was just locked into a project, and I just ain't never really been somebody that is boy crazy because I hang out with guys all the time. I don't have that boy crazy gene on me, but he had 4 months to tell me or even to find out what kind of person I was. So I didn't trick him into getting into that space. I was upfront, I was transparent. Anything that he wanted to ask, he could have asked me. He didn't do anything with that time. He didn't do anything with that time. He kept it on sex, and that's just what it was. I asked questions, he didn't want to. And then I said, well, this is the lie that I told myself. I said, well, you don't want to tell me because he's a revolutionary and he's got to keep everything private. The same shit that he was kicking, he's been kicking out here to everybody else. The same stuff. And people believe it. Why can't we see his family? Oh, because he's a revolutionary. There are people after him. Bullshit. I'm just being honest with y'all. That ain't it. It's not it. You know, even going forward, let me tell y'all about clout. People think that, oh, she comes out so she could be online. There is nothing I can do with internet fame. There's nothing I want from internet fame. There is no way in hell. There are some people you want to flex out that you was dating and kicking it with, even if they ain't that great of a guy. But I can think of some people that I wouldn't mind being aligned with. This is not one of them. This is not one of them. After the event, I never posted anything from the event. There's a guy, and I'm gonna see if I can get him to come on, and I'm pretty sure I can. He's from New York. Well, he's crazy. I love him. But I was talking to him for pretty much the whole event. My ex His boy did security guard for the event. I wasn't gushing over Umar. It wasn't there. And the time that I was going into the dressing room, it wasn't, I wasn't in there like trying to do anything weird or nothing. I was in there and I was out because he was guarding the door. So I think I just was like, this is convenient. This is good. This is going to be great for me. I was hyping myself up. I got involved in that shit and it's a bad look. It's a very bad look. Very bad look, you guys. But you got to go forward. You got to deal with it. I was blessed because going into that space really, it's just like a order of events. I went into another space and it was completely opposite. And then we could start having conversations in the other space about this is why I don't want to find out from Google about you. If I'm sharing my body with you, if I'm laying down with you, I don't care if it's just for, hit it and quit it type. I need to have some type of understanding about who you are or what you are. I don't do the hit it quit it thing at all. But there's some I don't shame nobody, But that was very much a conversation going into the news space. Like your voice, it don't matter what happens with us. I need you to understand that if anything goes wrong, your microphone will always be louder than mine. And I talked to this man taking care of his mother. He just didn't know whose house it was. He asked me too. He said, who you know up in Philly? I said, I got friends. I know people. Like, I left out of the house. I went to the store, the corner store. When Umar got back, I was talking to this man on the phone. My mind was already out of it. My body just wasn't out of it yet because I hadn't went, you go to the doctor, you get the checkup, then you start the process of, you want to entertain somebody else. But he's already seen the inside of the house. He's seen as my everything. I had to FaceTime him because my hands, I'd be chopping up stuff, whatever. But I know he was wondering, like, why the hell are you in that environment? Especially that environment. I lied. Or I didn't lie, I withheld. And to me, that just seems like for that situation. But after all of this stuff came out and I told everything, I told the real, I needed him to understand that you got me kind of over a barrel because I already have a public situation with this man. If I went public on him, let's say he turned out to be somebody that was fighting me. If I went into another situation with you and you do me wrong, I ain't got two shots at this. I'm going to have to eat it. I got to eat it. So you got to understand, yeah, you have privacy, you got an image and all of this other stuff to consider. But I also have to, you got to understand my position in this. If this don't go right, if I can't come back out here and be like, look, y'all, something else happened with somebody else. I needed for him to be able to get, and people wonder how I can be in another relationship and be able to do this because this was the condition of me laying down and being in this other space. We got to do this differently because I don't have another chance. You worried about somebody exposing you? Well, guess what? I'm worried about being put in a situation where I'm going to have a gag on me, basically. I can't say anything. I won't be able to. Nobody's going to believe that. Like, come on, girl, I wouldn't even believe it. Like, girl, come on. You was with him, you said all this happened. Now you done went into another space and now this is happening. And we really need to do a show about women trying to get into these spaces with where you're not balanced, you're not evenly yoked, because men can say something, especially if you're dating somebody that's a little bit different than a regular guy. The microphone, like I said, is louder. Whatever he says happened, it happened. You don't have any, like, y'all think that these women are coming out and exposing these men. Sometimes it is because they broke up with them, they cut the money off, whatever. Yeah, but sometimes also they know that you're not going to be able to turn my fan base or my supporters against me. Go on and tell. I don't give a shit. It's a lot of them that are out there, and girls sit with it. There's a lot of wags out here, like girlfriends and wives that date players. They go through some shit, and they want to stay in that space a lot of the time too. So they'll allow themselves to go through it. But a lot of the times too, people, as soon as they come out, people don't believe them. You know, it's a case by case thing. Women, I don't know if y'all believe or y'all do or don't believe what's going on with Boosie right now. There are people that are diehard Boosie fans. They're never going to believe what this woman says. And I don't know if she's telling the truth or not. But there are some people that are just like, pack it up. I know him for his online behavior. Ain't no way. You can't tell me nothing about Boosie. I grew up on Boosie. So, and it would be hard. It's hard for but it's not all about clout. Another thing that people don't consider when you in these spaces, you don't have anybody to talk to about. It's not like you're dating a regular man and you could go to like your girlfriend and talk to her about it, because you don't know who's going to tell that. You can't go around getting advice like, your man does something stupid. So you go over and you talk to your girlfriend and get advice. She could run and tell whoever, depending on, who you're dating and how interested people would be in the story. So then again, there's another issue. You got to sit with that shit. You got to figure it out for yourself. And he might be wrong as hell, but you got to deal with it. You got to find a way to deal with it. All of that stuff that was going on, I know I was getting gaslit. I know it was emotional abuse or whatever the hell. I knew he was stonewall. I knew he was doing shit, putting me on top. I knew all of this stuff, but there's nobody that you can talk to. This is when your mind and your heart is in it. There's nobody that you can talk to about it, because they're going to be too stuck on the fact, wait a minute, hold up, back this shit up. You sleeping with Dr. You sleeping with Dr. Umar? And then they're going to go tell it. I got girlfriends that I would love, I hid it from them. The only person that knew was, I'm going to be quite honest with y'all, was my mom. And that was because when we were in the room, I said, I have to call my mom. Why do you need to call your mom? Because I'm traveling outside of the city and don't nobody know where the hell I am. And if I got in this hotel room and you got to flipping and tripping, my mom needs to know where I am. Somebody needs to know where the hell I am. And so I told her. And I don't even think it registered but that was all the only person that I could really talk to about it. And I know she really she trusted my judgment because I have never been in any problems before. I don't have drama in it. She was like, oh, okay. So there's nobody you could talk to in this space. I need people to understand that. So all of your leaning to your own feelings and all that other stuff is that's why you got to have yourself, your mental on point and correct, because there is no seeking advice. And especially not with him, because there are some people that just don't like him. He's like Trump. Like, some people mess with Trump and some people don't. Well, you'll never know until you get to talking to him. They don't have like signs or stuff that they wear on their chest. I'm a Trump supporter or I'm against Trump. Or it's the same way with his people. I thought when I was going in and doing my ex parte that one of the women there was like, she was like, that. I was like, oh shit, I need somebody else to help me with my ex. But I was like, she could turn, she can release all this stuff. I don't know. It makes you paranoid. And I never wanted that type of shit. But we got back on track and we moved forward. But that's the stuff that no one talks about. Another thing is being in certain spaces, people don't realize how big these, and I'm not talking about him because he's not, but I'm talking about in other spaces where they have a different type of light. And Aisha Curry was trying to tell people about this. I got what she was saying, but I think she just said it wrong in a weird way. Everything, when you're like, she's dating Stephen Curry, everything about her life revolves around Steph Curry. Everything. So you become invisible as a person. Kind of, sort of. Where are we going to move? Where are we going to get a house? Well, we got to consider, where the camp is, because he got training. Or what are we going to do here? Or what are we going to do there? You have to consider even how high your ceilings are. It's not about the kids. It's not about her. It's about him. Even if they wanted to get up and go out to eat, it would be, oh God, we would have to deal with fans. We would have to, does he want to be bothered with fans? Everything revolves around, and Michelle Obama, if you guys have read her book, she talked about it. I think it's called something. It's called, oh shit, y'all don't give me. I think it's something like invisible person. I think that's what it's called. It's like invisible person syndrome, where the person that you're married to or you're dating or dealing with, their light kind of takes over the whole relationship. Just imagine if you've never been, and people are giving you advice like from comments and the public, but you're dating a regular person, not to say, nothing bad about it. But if you're dating someone else that is in a different position, and especially as a woman, think about how that feels, because, we're always the focal point of the couple. We want to keep ourselves up. We want to keep ourselves together, make the man look even better, a beautiful woman, right? But it's different when you're in spaces where the man is the highlight. When you go out, people are not checking for you or looking at you or anything. And it's not a bad thing, especially if somebody don't crave that attention. And it's okay in that space. But what about when it comes out of that space and it's about which house you're going to buy, or where the kid's going to go to school, or can you go to this event, or even when you want to express yourself? All of that stuff revolves around those people. And Michelle was kind of touching on it by being the wife of, Barack Obama, like what that feels like when their light consumes. And then So when you're having an argument, you still feel like your point is mute. And this might be something that's kind of hard for some people to grasp. You kind of just have to be in that type of space. One thing I'll tell you guys, having a problem with, let's say registering something in the state, and you're just talking to this person, and they're like, okay, well, how much is it? Or, and it's like, that's not the point of me telling you. I'm trying to tell you about what something that I'm going through, like what I'm feeling. It's not about the money aspect of it. It's about you knowing what went on in my day. Because I damn sure want to know how your day went. Your life is more exciting than mine. And I understand that. Do you even want to know what happened in my day? Do you want to know what happened to me at the DMV? Or do you, like, this person's leaving like the Maldives or something, and you talking about a lady being rude at the DMV? And you don't know if they tapped in, if they care about that, because they're living a different type of life. So there's some inadequacy. It has even look at what Linnell and I'll be sure are going through. And I love her and I'm rooting for them like 10,000%. But there are some people that are just completely oblivious. I went through this with Umar. People were like, her? Like, damn, what's wrong with me? Her? That's who he was. Yeah, me. But people are like that, and you gotta be thin. You can't be thin-skinned about that. But with Linnell and Al, you don't know what connected those two people. People connect on different levels for different, and the public is completely oblivious to that. They don't care. That's not who we visioned in our mind for Al to be with. And she's a damn good, she's a good woman, and she be cooking her ass off. What if you love somebody or you like these people, why wouldn't you want them to be with somebody that is special, like, or somebody that treats them well? I don't understand that. I don't know. But because visually, and we'll talk about this in another live, we could talk about the halo effect with Black people, because it is thick. It is thick. But visually, that's not what we expected. And they take some hits. And I hope that if they feel the way that they feel about each other, I hope that their relationship beats that out. Because they both deserve to be loved. They're two human beings. They should have happiness. That's just how I feel about it. I love love, and I love people to be happy. I love weddings. I don't want to be married, but I love weddings. I love going to them. I love peace. I love happiness and whimsical and all the beautiful things. And I absolutely adore children. And I really do not want this man to go into space with children. I don't think it's going to be good. I don't think that it's going to be good at all, you guys. I know what I went through as an adult woman. And like I said, I can take this shit. But I don't know if he's going to be helpful or hurtful to some children. I do know, but I'm trying to be nice. I think that he would break a child's spirit. I honestly do. I think that Umar has problems. He needs to get some mental help, and there's nobody is looking at that. And he doesn't put himself around children so that you can pick it up. Like you can get a gauge on him. He'll take a picture with him, but he's not going to really be tapped into any kids. And if you love kids, you're always going to be around kids. You're going to have somebody's kids. And I don't see him as that person. Especially with that break-in. Do y'all remember that break-in when them kids was like, call the popo, we don't care. They was gonna jump him on them bikes, but he didn't handle that situation well. And that just says a lot to me. It really does. Um, but I guess I felt like there was no reason for him to approach that project without having a funding vehicle. I felt like it was reckless and it was insane. I don't know why people didn't pick up on it, but there's no way he can fund that school with everything that's going on. He can't fund that school with, and this isn't only me talking, that's why I wanted to bring people in. I know people that have buildings that size. There's no way that you can run that off of there's no way that you can run that off of donations. It's impossible. You can't even get a loan based off of your whole entire income being donations. So that's why I was like, I had access to one investor. I was looking for another one. But I felt like if that school, if it was the real deal, just like we had an investor before with the other business, I felt like you could get somebody to invest, like privately. But he wasn't that guy. And I wasn't about to put my name on nothing to be like, not that he asked me to, or even if it was even possible. I'm just saying that I wouldn't want to be, I brought him here in Kansas City, but I was not going to be putting my name publicly on him or anything else because I didn't think that he was on the up and up. Like his mental. There's no fucking way I would. No way. But he ought to know this since he's smart. He's the smartest person in the room. He ought to know this. So let me see. Yeah, or by itself. Absolutely. You absolutely need a board. And he could have one with Oyo Tunji. We were supposed to go into that, and all of this mess online kind of just made me not want to touch on that. I didn't want them to attack anybody's beliefs or anything by the stuff that they were trying to cover and the stuff that they were trying to dig into. I'm like, why are you looking into my person, my job, and you don't understand it? You don't understand what you're looking at. Why are you doing this? It doesn't matter anything that you find, even if they was like, she's out here tripping old people. Whatever you would have found, it would never be on the level of destruction and chaos and evil that this man operates. That's why I said you got to have people that cover this, that have skin in the game. That, not that I'm an Umar whisperer or anything like that, but some of the stuff that they are on, it's like you're literally thinking that cancels out the shit that he's done. Even with the woman that he messed with from Kansas City, she should have been encouraged to go to the police. She should have been encouraged. But you know what they did? He sent her $500 when she left out of that room. She didn't ask for it. He sent her $500, and this same engine that's coming after me, they called her a escort and bullied her off the internet. And that's how I didn't know about her, even when I was coming out on that platform and telling my story. I didn't find out about her until she reached out to me. She sent me the clip from her interview. And me and her been cool. They was like, she's rude, she's nasty, she's mean. She's not. And she's beautiful. Oh my God. She's beautiful. She went on and she had a great life, but she was trying to warn people. And I think a lot of this towards me is geared from they're like, I don't like how she treated me. I didn't like it. Big fucking deal. I mean, and I'm not trying to say it like that because y'all know I'm not a mean person. I'm if you come to me right, I'm gonna treat you the same way. When I started my IG, I only had 12 people following me. I never asked anybody to follow me, but those people that did, I treat them well. My traffic on that page is insane. My DMs are insane. But as far as my likes and stuff, people will not engage publicly. I get it. I don't care. I don't care. But I only had 12 people on that page, and I had that page maybe a year. So that wasn't what this is about. But everybody that's gotten in my DM knows I've been kind, I've been engaged. I'm that type of person. That's not an act. That's really how I am. But when you come, there have been people that have interjected themselves into the story with their own agenda. And you come over here demanding proof and information from that standpoint, then yeah, you're going to get a different me. Now, I haven't cussed out anybody. Probably should have and could have, but I haven't. But that's where they want to go with this. They're I don't know if it's content, but I don't think I'd be okay with just tearing somebody down, even though I don't get affected by it. I don't know if I would be okay with doing that just to have content, you know. And I still would question Umar's motives for sending. Listen, me and him got the same damn text. If I put out a text and you're like, I don't agree with that. Send it. You got Flacco, you got Tasha, you got Monroe. Send your damn text to them if you don't want to put it up on your IG. But he had a purpose of taking it where he saw, because let me tell y'all, Umar circles, he lurks around these pages. He saw the interaction between me and Money Boy. He thought that Money Boy was going to rattle me. I didn't leave out of that space because I was rattled or I was running. I've mastered men like him in my 20s. I know he's loud and just obnoxious. I don't want to deal with you. I don't want to deal with it. It's drama. You dabble in mess. You're never going to bring anything to the forefront that's on anything of substance. For all that you went to that man or he came to you, you got booty pics and some text about me. You see this whole internet turned upside down about a check. Why didn't you ask the man about the damn check? Why didn't you ask that? Why didn't you ask him to send me? Okay, I don't want to see all that, Umar. Send me when she was taking care of your mother. Send me the stuff that she was talking to you about before she started going off or before she took care of your mother, before she went to Philly. Send me those. That's the stuff of substance. He sent you what made him look good. It's a game, y'all. I promise you. This man had plenty of time to put them texts out. And yes, I have video. I have the recording of being in the hotel room. I have all of that. But that is because I went into that space to protect my neck. I'm not stupid now. Come on. I know you was asking for pictures in the beginning because of blackmail. I know the industry, that's currency in the industry. If you mess with a chick, you're gonna need something in case she come out about you. I know that. He ain't even in the industry. I know his ways. He thought he was dealing with a dummy. That's what it was. So I went into the space, I got my pictures and I got my recording. It doesn't matter if it can be released to the public. I just need to let the right people know, hey, he's lying. If I ask or even go and ask him, if he asked me if I loved him, he needed me to be in love with him in order, because as soon as we had that incident, he asked me, "Do you love me? You better." Then that's when the shit started. It was like, that's okay. You know, you flip the bitch switch. And that's when shit started. That's when it got real. That's when he, after that wreck, that incident, when we had that incident, everything was different. Everything was different. Now he don't want me talking, but I'm gonna tell it. Even everything, the sex was more open. He was more open about sex. Everything was different. Because I felt like he was like, okay, she's ready. Now we can start really getting down. Sam alive, because I gotta record it. I'm telling you, I gotta record it. Yeah, well, I mean, it is you, but it's the past. I did better. I moved on. I did better. But you got to understand, even with all of that, I did never saw what he was. I never seen the house. I never put all of the stuff came together. It all made sense once I seen the house. I was like, oh God, you're not a nerd. You're just a dirty bird. This is why your suitcases look like this. This is why this looks like that. Look, he's using the damn wall as a napkin. His mother Arisha, and y'all don't know about this. This is why we're going in there. But your mother Arisha just, y'all know y'all. Ever since you came out with that stinky cooch, you messed yourself up. Then you turned around and you did it again. You posted the mess on IG again. You ain't learned your lesson. Baby, she's coming. She's coming. You can't keep doing it. And then you're lying. Here's the thing. He banks on the fact that I got a good heart. He does not think that the stuff that I have, I'll release it. I will release that shit. And I've already told the family, I'll release it. Oh, honey, I know. I know. I'm just like, I'll be shuddering too, you know. You know how you get that shiver in your body, like, hey, I go through that a few times. A few times. I'm telling you, you got syphilis running rampant out in Michigan. You got it, and he loves Michigan. You got it running rampant out in Philly. This man is sleeping, and I no shade to the young lady. I wish her all the success, and I promise. But the young lady that was taking care of his mother, he was sleeping with that young girl, and she had a boyfriend. And you going from one sex partner to the ex, and then to the next. And these women are sitting up here knowing this shit. You know he is sleeping with somebody else, and you watching him kiss people on the forehead. He's not going to the doctor. He's not getting himself checked out. This stuff is laying dormant. He goes all over the country sleeping with women. Ain't no damn way I would have ever put myself. What would be me worrying about who I lay down and give my body to if the one person that I'm giving my body to is giving their body to everybody. There's no flex in walking in a room and half of the room has been with the person that you're with. There's no flex on the side of this man. Oh God, y'all gonna make me sick. The stories that the women, when they started coming and telling me the stories of what he has been doing with them, even trying to get them latched on with spiritual rituals. I do believe, but I know I can't say this publicly. I do believe that there was some spiritual stuff going on. I don't know where my head was at. I believe it. Did I go through a cleanse? The second time, I'm going to tell you guys this. The second time I went out to that house, I didn't feel it at the first. I never felt it the first. But the second time I went out to that house, I just felt the presence of evil. And it was upstairs. I slept in, oh God, y'all gonna make me get emotional. I slept in the chair next to his mother. He asked me why I didn't want to go upstairs and lay in the bed. I didn't want to go upstairs. I turned on every damn light to use the bathroom. I didn't want to be upstairs. I wasn't scared of it. I was just felt it. I have never felt anything like that in my life. I wanted to talk to the girl who was a caregiver. I wanted to see if she felt it too. I don't know if it's because I practiced E5 and I had a charm on me that I traveled with, and my Bible out gave it to me. But I felt evil. I felt the evil. And I never really, yeah, it was community D. Man, no, I don't know. I don't want, but the mom, she loves to watch. I liked it better when she was awake, but she likes to watch horror movies. So I'm like, maybe I'm just, hearing the sounds from that and get myself spooked out. And every time I left that house, I left near tears. Like every time I tried to get him to interact with me, he didn't want to. It was like he was avoiding it. And I was trying to get him to interact with me so that we could talk about it. Like to get to a good place. So I felt good about coming out there. I didn't mind her. It was him. But I was like, yeah, we'll get on a good accord and then everything will be cool. I'll be feeling good about coming back out there and helping like I did the first time. And one time I was like, I didn't want to go out. So he asked me to take care of her one time. And then I was like, yeah, but we need to talk. We got to have a talk. He was like, never mind. I got another nurse to do it. And I specifically said, you probably don't want to keep switching her nurses because of what was going on with her. I said, she needs to, kind of lock in. It didn't have to be me, but it could have been anybody. Just quit switching them. But yeah, I felt evil there. It wasn't about the things that were in the house. It was just something would happen in there. Something was done in there. Something was in there. And I don't really pull that card out, but I know, just like when I was raised Christian, I felt the anointing on two people. My entire, so I believe in the spirit of Christ. I believe in all of that. I believe that some people are anointed. They really have a calling on their life to spread, the word. That's just how I feel. I believe that there are people that have been called to Muslim. I feel like people are called to whatever. It's just like in the Bible, they say, called by many names. Yeah, there are many names that he's been, the creator is called. But certain people, when I was raised Christian, and then when I got an EFI, it's like it connected everything, all the circles, all the questions, everything started to make sense. But I still have respect for Christianity. I still have respect for Bibles. I still have respect for all of that what different people believe, because I honestly believe in my heart of all hearts, they believe what they're supposed to believe. If that makes any sense. I know that it says one true God. Yes, absolutely. But he's called by many names, and he shows up in different ways to different people. I don't want to get off into that. And y'all be like, okay, we didn't come for a sermon. But I do know also that I respect beliefs. But what I felt in my entire life being raised as a Christian and studying the word and listening and praying and all of those things, I felt the anointing on two people for sure. For sure. When I met my Baba, I went through a lot of people, because everybody named mama giving divinations out. You got the money, they're gonna we'll switch you right over. But when I met my Baba, he was it. He was the one. Like that, I felt the same feeling that I felt with those two people, and I know exactly who they are. So me and him connected. He made a charm for me, and he prays. Like the one time I went out to Philly, and he was like, no harm is going to be able to, anything that has the intentions on harming you or not good for you or doesn't mean you any well will not be able to come to you. And guess what? Umar could not make it. He could not get to me. And I was like, okay. At the time, I forgot all about it. But when I came back and reflected, I was like, dang, that's what it is. That's why. And then when I was in the house, I didn't feel it the first time. The first time, I didn't feel the evil or I didn't feel that. But the second time, I felt it. I ain't never felt no shit like that before in my life. And it could be too, because his mom was talking about him bringing witches in there. And I don't look at that the same way as any, other people, but there are people that use voodoo and hoodoo and Mami Wata and Papa Lego. They use that stuff to get lick backs and to hit back. You know what I mean? They're not in it for the right reason. So you've seen the motion picture way of it, but there's also another way that it's supposed to be. And I feel like there are some people that they want to dabble in the dark. And whatever was coming up in there, or him himself, the sister of, well, I'll reserve that. But I'm not the only person that has experienced it. And I just don't think that he's a good person. Whatever he's been trying to invoke in him, going into them trances and not being able to be woken up out of them, that's messed with him. He's quote, he sent me scripture, and I'm like, sir, you should stay away from the scripture. You do not need to be quoting any scriptures to anybody, because you have and you damn sure don't give the word out with malice, and he's just no. Um, he uses it as a form of manipulation. It's not how he truly feels. There are things about Ifa, and I watch him. There's no dang on way you practicing Ifa. There's absolutely no way that you are practicing Ifa. Just no, you're antiquated. You say Ogun is your, just giving y'all a thing. Ogun is war, iron, technology. So he wouldn't be talking about struggle streaming and stuff. He would be all over YouTube, have a page booming and everything with his following. Ogun is for technology. Yeah, he absolutely. Umar is going around sleeping with women. He's damn sure siphoning energy from these women. But if you are Ogun, you're gonna love technology. If that is your mother, Arisha, is Yamaya, you damn sure are not gonna be sitting up there talking about she had fish and trout and whatever. Bluegills and shrimp and eels and what are octopuses and whatever else he said I had between my legs. That would be a blessing. You know what I mean? I know how he meant it, but even when he said Shango stick, that's disrespectful to that Orisha. It's not respect. It's not done in respect. And Umar does not respect anything, nobody, nothing. He will contort all of it to bend to what he feels. There's no respect, there's no shame. Even calling me a demon when I had taken care of his mother. One time I was in there, I was sitting in a chair and he was in one of his moods. He starts kicking my foot. And then I'm like, I look up at him. He's like, get up, give me a hug so you're not in here hurting my mom. I said, what is wrong with you? Why would you say something like that to me? If you feel like why would I even be here? It's just stuff like that. It'll make you like, I'm not dealing with somebody who's all there. Like, he's not all there. I wouldn't even have nobody in the house with my mom if I thought they were capable of that. Yo, I've met a few people. I just don't feel like I don't feel like whatever's going on with him, he has any discipline in it. And he's not in a good space in order to truly unlock it. He's talking about he's a priest. No, I can't see him doing any type of work and helping people. Yeah, he's absolutely off his rocker. But you guys don't get to see that. You won't see that. So when I'm going through old stuff, these videos and stuff, and it's not like I have hate for him, but I don't even think it's about the outer shell. I think it's about the power that is moving him. If that makes any sense. I don't look at Umar as a person. And I'm sorry to tell y'all that. And so when I go after him and I take shots at him, it's because I feel like I'm fighting something else. I don't feel, and it ain't because I'm just, oh, she's so bitter and no, 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 no. This is different. This is so much different, y'all. This where people be saying we in spiritual warfare, and how they talk about how this is bigger than that. This is what it is. This is very much it. I don't look at him like a person. I don't think that he has emotions like other people have. I know he doesn't. There's no damn way I would be trying to take shots at someone that has certain things on me, or even the ability to be in close proximity to do something. I'm going to move like I have something to lose. This ain't about me wanting him to bend down and to submit to. No, it don't have nothing to do with that. It's about the fact that why would you bother people? Why there was no level or no separation between a stranger off the street and somebody that was caring for your mother, or somebody who was giving you advice. He does not care. There is no loyalty. There is no respect for your position in his life or anything. You're useless. So let me put it like this, where you think, oh, okay, he's not gonna set me up with, a bank account and stuff. He's not gonna mess me up. He will. I've been knowing this man 10, 15 years. He's not gonna do nothing like that. We gotta understand it. We cool. I ain't like the other supporters or whatever. Me and him, we done had heart to hearts or whatever like that. That would have never happened. Let me redact that. But he won't do me like that. He will. He absolutely will. He absolutely will. Don't do what he wants you to do. He'll get you. He will get you. His daughter, there are people that don't understand how he could do his daughter like that. He does not care. He mimics. So the shell can mimic, but this man did not know that his daughter was in the land of the living. If I was worried about her, I had texted her. I'm like, just please text me back, no, you good. He does not care. He wanted to do the fish tank rant. He didn't give a shit if his daughter was with us or had passed on. He has more respect for people after they pass than in the flesh. He doesn't give flowers while they're alive. I just be telling y'all this to give you an understanding that half of the stuff that he be talking about and he be saying, he's not capable of giving you that doesn't come from an earnest place. It doesn't come from a place of sincerity. It's not there. It's not there. I had to remind him about just walking out the door. I'm like, hey, are you gone? Okay, bye. See you later. Oh, okay. I think that he's just not who he is. So that's why you can see, but here's the problem with this. You can't go dark trying to fight. And somebody said this recently today. They said sometimes you got to put down the Bible and you got to pick up the sword. And that's exactly where we're at right now. People are sitting up here talking about we're coming for the sect. I ain't thinking about y'all. Not like that, but I came on here for one purpose only, and that's him. I don't care about nobody else. That is where my focus is. It's not even him, it's just to let people know what he is. That's it. And I can't lose myself in it. Let me tell you how bad it gets. I was fighting the women. I told y'all that a year, not a year ago, but some months back. I was fighting them, and then I get in this space, and I'm still swinging. I'm fighting, and so Marianne's stuff happens. I said something out of line with her because that's just not who I am. What my heart is, where my heart is. I don't have the ability to conjure up like those type of, or not even conjure, but just rev up those feelings of hate towards somebody when I know who the true enemy is. But I said something, and I'm like, damn, I need to separate myself from this because I'm losing track of what I need to be focused on. And it's easy to do. It's easy to get on here and just start taking shots at everybody. And there are people that have compromised themselves with some of the stuff that they've done. I would never, I just lost my father. I just lost my daddy. And then there's no way that I would be able to get on here and sit and listen to somebody drag somebody else's dad. You're not even supposed to speak ill of the dead. And then the person gets off of here and goes to a church. Get off of here doing that dirty shit and then go into a church. And I'm like, you gotta get a checkup from the neck up. Your head is not right. You don't do that to people. Like, what's wrong with you? Disagree with her, dislike her, okay, but I pay your ass in dust before I sit up here and I just go in and start, doing all that weird shit. It's never that deep for me. It's never that deep for me. But I said something, I said, oh shit. I need to get control of myself. I'm gonna get over here and I'm gonna make my little sovereign community. We're gonna do this way. And I feel like I need to put my story out here because I feel like this is really going to end in a number attached to a file. And if people look and instead of interrupting the progress that I'm making with going on to my happy space, asking me about Umar, I'm just going to make a whole sector of the Umar stuff. You know what I'm saying? And then you could resort to that. But I don't want to be sitting up here dealing with this shit. And I want to talk about some other things going on in my life. But I came over here to make my own happy place. And then they brought the shit over here. I said, I don't want to fight. Leave me be. Do whatever y'all going to do. Leave me be. I can't tell y'all, how to. I'm not going to do that. But leave me be. And it couldn't, because that's how darkness works. It needs you to interact with it. You know what I'm saying? This helped me get not going after Umar, but it took my mind off of my dad, and then for me to even say that, I was like, oh, what are you doing? You done got too far out there, losing your head. You need to reel it back in. Come on, separate yourself. I took my stuff off the linens. I came over here and I'm chilling. And then that wasn't good enough. And I still let them talk. Let them do whatever they're going to do. That's fine with me. I'm okay with that. Just leave me up out of it. They went and did all what they're going to do. I ain't even mad about none of that. I've had women that were doing it before y'all. They got the shit wrong too. I mean, that's what people love to dab in. I just know that there's a bigger predator out here. We're not on the same level. We're not. y'all, if they get that school open, and the people that are supporting this man, I'm talking about on a higher level, they don't even know what he is. They don't know what he is. They don't know what's going on. None of that. And people are thinking that this is a win for us. This is not how we win. Umar is not how we win. All of those elders that stepped back and they knew what he was, you knew what he was. And you let him go forward just so that Pan African would start to be leveled up with FBA because it was trending, it was a hot thing, but you lost point, you lost what you was doing in the mix. You let that man get out of control. You couldn't handle him. So he threw a middle finger up to all of them. He ended up doing them all in. And you can't tell me right now he's done attached himself. He's been attaching himself to bodies of people because he has an insatiable thirst to have people follow him because of what he is. That school is going to be ran like his house. Ain't nobody going to be able to get up in there. It's not going to be good for kids. And we got to stop thinking that talking harsh to our kids is giving them that good stern. You don't need to do that to kids. If you have a relationship with them, how he was talking to him. Have y'all seen Rev G put? Hold on, let me show you. Let me show y'all what Rev G put up if I can find it. I hope he doesn't mind because I told him I was going to do something else. But let me show y'all what this man put up, how he's talking to the kids. If you've already seen it, excuse me, but I just want to show it. I hope he doesn't mind. I don't steal much, but I will steal. I steal this from you just a little bit. I try to stay out of their stuff. Him and Afro Svengali, I try to stay out of their stuff. Hold on, let me show y'all. Because this. Oh, here it is. Dang. Okay, let me show. Uh-oh. Hold on, I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna share this. If you've seen it, just bear with. It's not that long, y'all. I promise you. I haven't been paying attention to the comments. I'll try to go back through and get you guys' questions or whatever. I've just been in. I feel my. Let's see. Let's see this. Watch this.
I told you earlier that I'm a school psychologist, right? I do the evaluations to decide who goes on special.
You gotta be. You gotta be. How do you know this about this child? You don't know these kids. You just walked in to someone's classroom and you start. There are some people that only think you, and we all worked with these people. You know, the ones that as soon as they get up in management, they're all about the procedures. But if you ask them how to do something, they're stuck. Tell me you've never worked with someone like that. I had somebody like that years ago. They knew every damn rule in the rule book, but then when you go and ask them, how do I do this or how that? Oh, I don't know. Well, you know every damn thing else. You're an authoritarian. You got into this position so you could to smite people. It's the same thing with him. He got in psychology to mess with people's brains, their minds, to manipulate because he's demented and twisted. He didn't get into it because and he wanted specifically kids. Now I'm gonna let y'all run free with that because I can't say the way I really feel. People will be like, "Oh, she's really doing it now." The most innocent, that's what he wants next to. He wants that. He don't care about the adult. He wants the innocence to manipulate and to keep them quiet or whatever. You know, he's not in there trying to help these kids. He don't talk about Tourette's. He don't talk about nothing else, any other shortcoming that a child could have or why they're in special ed. All he talks about is that they're not applying themselves. Poor self-control. Well, ain't that the pot talking to the kettle? Let's keep going. I didn't ask you a single question. Work on your discipline. Look at how gruff and rough he talks to these kids. And if they are in special ed, why would you be sitting up there approaching them like that? Not saying that they're any. The man is mean. The man is mean. As soon as Anissa, you need to, okay, I'll help my daughter, but she's going to get somewhere and sit down and get a book. There's no care, no love. And I understand there is a very big difference. Let me tell y'all, there's a very big difference between how a man parents and how a woman parents. Trust me, I know. But it's also a very big difference between a teacher and a parent. And then there's also a difference between someone who teaches because they got to pay bills and those that teach because they really care about kids. We all know that, right? We got people that really care about what they're doing, and we got people that just happy they're in a position of authority. Oh. Now, what in the hell? I'm not, hey, I don't have the letters behind my name in order to call this out, but this sounds like a crock of BS. This sounds like hyper masculinity. A man can be alpha and ball like a baby. I don't even really truly believe in the alpha, beta, that shit. But we're gonna go based off of what he pushes. Men are not sensitive. I've never ever seen my father go in on a woman. But when that man opened his mouth and he spoke, the whole room got quiet. And he didn't talk loud. Men don't cry. Men aren't sensitive. They let it slide. Men have stress just like women do. I'm sure that they handle it different, but it don't hit no harder or no softer. He has a false sense of masculinity. A false sense of masculinity, and his father put it there or neglected to shape it. And then when he was out here doing all of this weird shit, who did we see running after him? trying to clean up the mess. It's too late. He's already grown. You have unleashed that shit on the world. This is the importance of parenting properly. I'm not the best at it, but I damn sure don't stop trying to learn. Where I got certain things wrong, I tried to correct it. Sometimes it ain't even about the kid, it's you. A lot of the time, it's you. I had to change more stuff about myself. My dad was military. I'm not going to give my kids rules. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna let them do what they want to do. Okay. Okay, you go right ahead. And I thought they was crazy when I laughed. They'll go to sleep when they're tired. Okay. Kids crave structure. And if you don't give it to them, they will seek it. There's a position a man has in a home, there's a position that a woman has in a home. It ain't, not one is less. During the formative years, we tried me setting the stuff because they were with me. I was laying in the scheduling, the beds, all that stuff. The dad is the guardrail. Do what your mama told you to do. Then it comes, you get all that good stuff into them, how to treat people, how to share, how to say thank you, all those things that comes all from the mother. The father reinforces it. And then when you get older and you have these things and you start to smell yourself and think you got the world, then the dad steps in and he shows you how to apply it out in the world. No one is over the other. We work as a team. I don't know what the hell happened to Umar. But if my son ever get out here talking about some stanky coochie, I don't give a damn how much you gloat over me. I don't care how much you say you love me. I don't care how much you bring me flowers and Valentine's and whatever else you do for me on my birthday. That will disappoint me. Don't ever, and I've told my boys, don't ever have no woman come to me and have to tell me about you. Don't let it happen. I don't care if it's in your dating life or nothing, because I'm going to side with her if she's got it good enough, and I'm going to come for you because you've been taught better. It should never even make it to me. Fix it. But he's also teaching young men how to, there's little girls in this classroom, I'm assuming, but it's dangerous for him because he'll have boys and he will not teach them that you cannot be the same way when little girls are around. And vice versa. Little girls can't be the same when boys are around. That's just the way it is. Let's keep going. He doesn't know how to cater his self to children. This is not, I'm not saying that this comes from home. This comes from people that they know. Like, yeah, I know Miss Gabby gets on me, but Miss Gabby also cares about me. Who is this man? Who this nigga? Who is this guy? We don't know nothing about him. Get his ass up out of here. And that's how kids gonna treat. Trust me, I've had a house full of kids. They're gonna treat. They need to know that you love them, and they also need to know that you ain't gonna take no mess. You're gonna correct them when they wrong. But it's not to break you; it's to break the habit. It's not to break your spirit; it's to break the behavior. Correct the behavior. And absolutely, alphabetic said, and I use it a lot of the times because he brought it up. But yeah, out of this space, you can't hear the video. Hold on, man. Let me play. Let me back it up. Can you hear me? Hold on. You should be able to. Let's do it like this. Hold on real quick. Please hold for technical difficulties. Let me try again. My nose and stuff, everything is still stopped up. I'm sorry, guys. Let's see if this works now. Have you guys been hearing any of the video? Or just when I stopped and I started it again? This is why I was thinking about going to restream. Let me try to play it so you guys can. Hold on. Let's try it again.
Now what you going to do with the rest of your life? I ask you guys the $1 million question.
Do you guys hear it now? You popped in at the right time. Fix my stuff. They can't hear. And I don't know why. I took it off and put it back on.
Say something.
Yabba dabba doo. Why you ain't listening to my live supporting me? You supposed
You ain't
to
see me here?
No, I ain't seen.
I said this is Agent K.
Yeah. On the wheels of steel.
They can hear you.
Oh, no, they can't hear the video when you play the video.
Where's that at?
That's the $1 million question.
Yeah.
The $1 million question is whether you want to go hang on the streets after you graduate
We listen to Musty Face.
from high school, or whether you're going to make something of yourself by either
On the wheels of steel. Oh, that's a good idea. Like put it directly on that screen. I'm gonna have to.
going to a trade school and becoming a tradesman, carpenter,
Okay.
electrician, plumber.
Okay. You can hear it now? Yeah, you fixed it. Thank you. Now kick rocks. Sorry, guys. Okay. So I'm going to play it. I'm going to start it over. I'm so sorry. But we got to fix now.
Who knows you?
Series real quick. I told you earlier that I'm a school psychologist, right? Yeah. I do the evaluations to decide who goes in special ed, right? Yeah. And you know what bothers me? Half half of you in special ed don't even belong in special ed. You're there because you don't have no discipline. You're there because you don't apply yourself. You're there because you don't practice. And for those of you who are African American, it's even worse. Because 1 out of every 4 of us will end up in jail. It's even worse. 1 out of every 4 of us will be murdered by another African American before we turn 35 years old. What's so funny? I like to know. I like to know. You gotta get serious, gentlemen. Stop looking back there. I'm talking up here. You need more discipline. Yeah, very poor self-control. I didn't ask you a single.
Okay. Can y'all hear now? Somebody said no. I hear him just, okay, we're gonna keep going. I ain't gonna pause it. Just everything that I was saying applied to that, and we're gonna keep on going. Because text
Work on your discipline. Stop being so easily offended. That's another thing. The teacher says something to you you don't like. The principal says something to you you don't like. Your mommy or daddy or one of your classmates say something you don't like. Stop being so sensitive. You are boys and will one day be men. Men are not sensitive. We're able to let things slide on by because they're not important. Being all sensitive and soft, that's girls. We're boys. You're going to be men one day. Start thinking like a man now. 5th grade today, 10th.
Just can you guys imagine men having to like thinking like this? If they're going through any hard, rough spot in their life, I understand that there is a little bit of good in there, you know, to keep pushing, you know. But exactly, like I know this ain't you talking. He be preaching to himself for real. We're just watching him talk to himself. We're watching him talk to himself. But can you just imagine being a man and having this kind of self-talk? This is not proper self-talk, men. And I know that doesn't hit real hard coming from me because I'm a woman, but there's positive self-talk and then there's negative. This is negative. You don't have to have it all figured out. Let's keep
grade. Before you know it, you'll be graduating from high school, and then what you going to do the rest of your life? You know why so many of us in jail? Because when we was in 5th grade, we thought we would be there forever. We thought school was all fun until one day you leave school. School don't last forever. When you're 17 years old and it's time to graduate from 12th grade, now what you going to do with the rest of your life? I ask you guys the $1 million question. What's the $1 million question? The $1 million question is whether you want to go hang on the streets after you graduate from high school, or whether you're going to make something of yourself by either going to a trade school and becoming a tradesman, carpenter, electrician, plumber, welder, roofer, barber, auto mechanic, or you're going to go to college and become some sort of a professional, doctor, lawyer, engineer, educator, psychologist. But if you graduate from New Jersey high school and you go to the streets, I know where you're going to be in a couple of years, jail.
Can you believe this dude?
Because it ain't nothing on the streets for you. The $1 million question is this. If you go to trade school or college after you graduate from high school, by the time you retire, and most of you guys will be working until you're 65 years old. That's a long time, ain't it? So you better choose something you want to do. You better choose something you want to do. Serious real quick. I told you earlier that I'm a school psych.
I don't know what happened to this man, but I do. But, you know, once I get to talking, people said it wasn't important what happened to him. But I think when you trying to put a man in a school with kids, you need to know some of his background, because he likes to play. I come from a 2-parent divorced home, and you know, and that's just it. There's some serious trauma there. And it almost makes you feel sorry for him. And you could feel sorry for him if he used it instead of trying to cover it up. If he used it as, yeah, it's very important. If you used it for like a catalyst for why you are and you do the things that you do, then people could reflect back and they'll be like, oh well, this, it wouldn't make it excusable, but it would explain a lot. This is why I womanize. This is why I'm aggressive. This is why I have the potential to fight if you back me in a corner. All of this is why I don't sit with the guys. I sit with the ladies. Yeah, the sex talks, all that sex talk is just deviancy, and not even deviancy. It's insecurity. It covers the insecurity. Because I'm telling you, he once you get him in that room, he's not a he ain't wowing. There ain't no fireworks or anything else. But y'all gotta understand too. And I'm not saying it because I don't like him now. But even if we were in a healthy space and I was with the man that was struggling in that department, I would still gas his head up. Because that's my man. Go you, go. But that is what you're supposed to do. You know what I'm saying? That's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to breathe life into people. You talk about it. If it's a problem, yeah, we get over it. But I mean, this isn't why I would leave. But with him, he makes you call that stuff out because, he's so cocky. I don't know. Back when I was younger, we didn't boast about things. Do y'all remember boasting? Like that was something like, ew, don't do that. If you had this or you had that, you didn't boast about it, right? You wait till people come and they give you your props. And if it took long enough or it never happened, yeah, you call it out. Like, wait a minute. Who put this together? Me. That's who. Then you call it out. But it was just to remind people I'm the reason for the season. But it's not all the time. It's not all the time. And when it becomes all the time, it's like you are clapping yourself up. The people are not clapping you up. Yeah, we never talked about you got a new car, you got that. We didn't, it was called bragging or boasting. Nowadays, because of social media, everybody is rich on here, everybody got it figured out, and then for those that don't or they feel inadequate, that's why I said it's not really even important what people dig in and they find. I can explain. Can't nobody tell my business better than me. But you're looking at stuff wrong. And not only that, I'm living a real life out here. It's real in the field. I was a single mom, 3 kids. We didn't have all the time. I came back from Chicago. I struggled. I had kids, but I had a good job. I kept my job. I kept that. Through all of it, I kept the job because I knew that was what was going to put food on the table. There are some inadequacies out here, and this is why I started working. I wanted to work with teen mothers. I wanted to get with them because I felt like that's where a lot of these issues that we're facing in general come from. Parents not taking parenting serious. They're not taking it serious. This is serious. You putting out a product. It's like having a factory and something's wrong with your assembly line. Like your bicycles are coming out and they ain't got no back tire. Like you gotta go back in and you gotta tweak some things and you gotta make it work. That's how it is, kind of like with the black home. You gotta go in there and you gotta figure some things out. Some stuff that did, worked with you, it don't work with your kids. Every kid is individual. They're very different. What my parents did with me, I could never do that with my children. And they won't be able to mimic some of the stuff. Is you gotta get in there, you have to know who you're dealing with. But it's the joy of it is in it. You got to be in it to win it, basically. It has its kickbacks. I'm telling you. If you get into it and you gets involved with it, and I had to, when I had my kids, I was single. Even when I had the dad, I was single, but I had to let go a lot of that life because now you got kids. I wanted to go out and club for a minute. There were some times there were some people that came to Kansas City and I wanted to go to some concerts, but I couldn't do it. I had children. I had responsibilities. I had to put that life to bed. Now, when they got up and they got out on their own, I was ready to turn up. I had one on his way out. You ready to turn up? I'm ready to get them years back. But you can't go crazy either. You can't go crazy. You got to still come out with some direction. But I feel like parents, even with women that are single, there's not a lot of support out there amongst other women. My mom told me one thing. She was like, for some women, you'll never be, wait a minute, how did she say it? I've never had to repeat it. She said that one thing about women, they will always come for you on how you are a parent and how you are as a woman. And she ain't never lied. And that's a woman I did not see sit up talk about women. She didn't talk about women. She didn't do that. She's not that type of woman. But she said that that's one thing, women will always come for you about. They'll come for you about how you are as a parent, how a mother, and how you are as a woman. That's just it's our nature. And it gets if it's productive is one thing, but it's in our nature to want to assemble and talk about these things. If you find a safe space and you can do it and you can learn things, shoot, that's a beautiful thing. And that's what I was trying to get going here in the city. I wanted to work with these young girls that have kids, because I'm like, this is not, life is dead. Like, you going into something that you can do it in a way and it'll be fabulous. It'll be wonderful. You can make a lot of fun out of it. When I was young, we had a group. I will tell you guys this. It was called the Baby Mama Group. It was a group of us. We had our baby dads, but they were all friends. We were all friends. And they controlled pretty much one aspect of something that happens here. And we got together because we couldn't go out. We had the kids. And it wasn't fair to leave one behind and go off and do, whatever. Be like, take all the kids and we're going to go kick it. We didn't do anything like that. So what we did, we would get together on the weekends. You cook the food, bring over the casserole dish, bring over the Tupperwares, bring the kids, bring their favorite toys, and that's what we would do. We would sit around, we would eat really good, and we would watch our kids and talk and whatever else, play music, play movies, whatever. And the kids loved it. When everything was over, we divvied up the food took it home in the containers, and that got you through Monday morning. You know, that's just what we did. But if you anything that was going on with you and you had support there. But it wasn't there normally. We had to create that space. And it was beneficial. I bumped into a girl not too long ago who was in the group with us, and we was cracking up because now the kids is grown. But it saved us a whole lot. One didn't know how to do something, but the other one did. Now they have these forums online where you can do it, but they don't have it in person. Sometimes I've had to get my kids dressed and just drive them to a park like 10 miles out, like just so they feel like they was really doing something. But it wasn't no money to do anything else. That's all we could do. But we made a big deal out of it. So that's my life. But there's a lot of things that have been lost from us not being able to come together as women. I'm a big champion for that. I love it. And I don't shy away from it. There's some negative, but the positives, oh my God, there are so many things positive. Now, when you start getting into the guns and racing track hogs and racing sleepers and stuff, that's more like things that guys want to do. I gravitate towards that because I was a tomboy. But it's still the same. It's still the same. We get together, we have a good time, and we leave it for what it is. And men need that space too. I don't think they understand. There's a lot of times I felt out of place because of the conversation. Like there's some places women we should not be in where men are because their conversation, but they need that. They need it. It teaches pecking order, not to, but it teaches them their place, amongst men. It's a beautiful thing. If you don't have it in your life, I would seek it out. And the in person where you can see face and body language and stuff is important. So you might have it online, but go get it in person too. And you might not be able to go do like vacations or whatever, but you get you and your boys and take your fishing poles or go just whatever, takes fireworks, go out and somewhere and blow some stuff to smithereens, and have that time together. That's ways of decompressing. And that's why I wanted to showcase a lot of this stuff because this is the stuff that we be into and getting into. Yeah. I've been carrying for a very long time, trained at a very early age. Have to be able to do something with it because if you don't, we're not in a war-stricken country to where, like I told you guys before, where you can really do too much with any of this stuff. The training but you can pass it on to your kids. It gives them a sense of security too. So there's security that a child should be afforded. A lot of this stuff, making sure that the home always has certain things, but there are a lot of things too that you can teach them to protect themselves, and it will minimize anxiety. I don't worry about nobody kicking up in my house. I don't worry about nobody coming on my property, because I have a way that I was trained to protect myself. So there's going to the range helps me process heavy emotion. Boy, yeah. Yep. Go and get it at the range. We have them. We're looking for some spaces where You got to have a certain distance behind it. It's really hard, and most of the people have already snatched up where the lots that you could get or the land that you could get, and people are not. There's not a whole lot available that I would choose. But yeah, if you can get a place that so your ballista can die out, get you a place that you can set up a range. I'm have a gun club that's I'm trying to get together, but the women I want it to be all women, um, not really mixed in with the men because men explain things different, and I've seen where it has just been a problem. Like a lot of women are not willing to take direction from men trying to man explain, or sometimes men don't need to put the sugar coating on it, and certain women need that in order to listen and learn. And you definitely want to listen and learn. But yeah, I don't know, you guys. I just feel like I have this post up now where we're going to start doing some mediation. Not it's not really mediation. It's like if two people have a problem, we're going to just talk about it and try to get them to an even kill, possibly, because I'm not trained. I just have done it. And is that zoning you have to consult to have on your own? Yeah, I think yeah, there's zoning because is and then you have some licensing. What is that other place? The Missouri Conservation. I think you have to consider them too, the ones that do hunting, because there's designated areas. Like um when you start shooting and long distance, you want to make sure, I think it's 40 yards, what they told us. I want to say it's more than that. That doesn't sound right. But you want to make sure that there's nothing behind you, and a certain type, let me see if certain type of ballistic can pierce through things. It can tear some shit up. Just depending on the power and all of that other good stuff. But we have a guy, he's from Czech, that does weapons and the weaponry, and he is going to train me because I'm not trained to train anybody. I'm not an instructor, but he is. And you just want to kind of get the fundamentals for running the range and being able to train other people with guns. That's something you got to take very, very serious, because you have to have eyes all over the place. People play around, people do weird stuff. They do it at the gun range, the indoor ones. You definitely got to watch. You got to have people there that are on point, that are watching and making sure that people are not doing weird stuff. So it's a lot to it, but yeah, I would definitely do it. If you have the land, if you have the space, the opportunity, go for it. Absolutely. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, so yeah, I opened up the email address to where people could send in their stories. You could be on camera, off camera, doesn't matter. I probably will come on camera just for that, so people will feel better. But yeah, just if it's a neighbor, a baby mother, or your ex-wife, whatever, I don't want to showcase drama. So it will be some for the 4 people that have sent me stuff already. It can have the potential of drama, but we're not trying to be messy with this. We're trying to bring like a resolve to some things. It could be family members. You don't have to use your name. You can stay off camera if you want. I want to give people that flexibility. Um, but either way it goes, definitely want to to do something like that so people can start being mindful of resolve. Now, here's the thing, because I know what the hell y'all gonna say. How can you teach resolving? And I'm not even teaching, I'm just like being the buffer between the two. Okay. But how can you do resolving and you're fighting with Umar? I get it. I get it. But on the norm, this is an isolated incident. And no, I ain't taking my foot off that dude neck, but it's an isolated incident. And in all, with people, two people that are willing or could be willing, this could be a beautiful thing. You know, if you have a story, definitely send it to me and we will do it. I'm not trying to get anybody up here to like exploit you or anything like that. We're going to take it time by time. If we have to make 2 shows, we can bring you back. But this is just so we can come to, I'm not going to play favoritism. You know, I'm not going to do any of that. We're just going to get you guys to a point of a resolve. Resolve doesn't always look like kumbaya. Sometimes it's like, all right, cool. I'll stop busting your windows out. Like, whatever it is, you know, okay, fine. I won't be calling you names when you walk by, you know, but that's progress. That's progress. And some people been fighting for so long, they don't even know why they fighting. They don't even know why they're fighting. I have and I think I've talked to y'all about her. I have somebody that I visit with. I don't know if this person enjoys our visits, but I go and visit them every so often. We have our coffee, and because they don't come outside of the house very much, for whatever the reason is. But I go and I visit them. It's an older person. We have coffee. They are beefing with their neighbor hard. And you know, that's just they've been beefing since they bought the home. You know, that was like 15 years ago. Like, we need to wrap it on up. Like, what are y'all doing? But I go in a lot of the time. I don't doubt that both of them have a problem or you know, doing stuff to each other. But this person stays inside of the home a lot. One of our conversations was like, you know, venturing out bit by bit, and seeing, because you need input. And I know they say they're going outside, but I don't really think that they're going outside the way they think they are, because the last time I went out there, they're still talking about the same stuff. And I'm like, yeah, you're not getting any input. So you're not going anywhere. You're not getting any input. You're still on the same stuff. You're locked up. And that's one thing I was like, you can't stay alone. I don't want to be bothered with people. I don't want to deal with people. Well, we're herd animals. So you can deal with people a certain way. You don't have to deal with people like be a social butterfly. But you should be out amongst people for a healthy amount of time, because without that, you start to have problems. And this person, I don't want them to turn into like, I think it's like, no, I don't want to start calling out phobias that I think it is, but it's just not healthy. It's not healthy. So I've been trying to get them. I'm like, will you commit? We could go to a garden and ain't too many people there. Just go with me. We walk the garden, walk the track. You know, it's only me. We're just outside. So we'll see how that goes. But maybe this is where I was going with that. Perhaps the problem that this person is having by being inside their home is a lot of the stuff that's going on with the neighbor. If you know what I'm saying, like, it's not really on the lines of hurt people. It's more like you got your own stuff to focus on, and maybe that will make your neighbors not so bad. So maybe put the energy towards something that's positive. We'll see how it goes. And then worst case scenario, you ain't at the house. You can't see them do dumb shit. Like, because you seem overly focused on what they're doing on their property. I didn't tell this person that because they would have threw me out in my coffee. But I was just thinking. I said, well, let's get our mind off of it and we'll walk the botanical garden. We'll see what happens. And we shall see. This person is not coming outside. And you guys ever thought about this? DoorDash and Instacart and stuff is kind of catering to people being more and more like of a recluse. Especially, I think this started getting really, really bad when COVID hit. And I don't think the person loosened back up. So there were bouts of it and periods of it in their earlier time. But I know we had, workforce. I used to work with the person but we had bouts of time when we were not in office. We were working from home. And I think that after this person retired, they just went straight into like, I'm not coming outside. I'm like, how the hell is she getting groceries and stuff? And then I thought about it and I'm like, so who knows? But the whole point of that is to say some things we got going on, we can work on resolving issues. It's good practice. You damn sure should be teaching it to your kids. If you can't even resolve it, sometimes you can de-escalate it. We will. Yeah, I think so. I think that is something people are just not wanting to deal with society. Like, they don't want to deal with people. Which ain't nothing wrong with like when it gets to be a problem is when you have anxiety around being around certain folks. There should be a good level, a good balance. And maybe I don't have the letters behind my name in order to figure out like what that good balance is. But I know her sitting in a house like that is not, that can't be good. That can't be good. Not for the period of time that she's sitting in the house. So this is I guess this might have some bearing on why I am the way I am with the mother situation. The other thing, I will be doing a interview. I don't tell y'all before. It's not because I don't like you. It's just because trying not to have certain traction to that. But I'm going to do an interview Thursday. So maybe Friday I'll go live and, tell people where that's going to be. Or no, Friday I'll go live and bring it back if you haven't seen it already. But who knows what it's going to be about. Just going on a show. Wait a minute. She says some people are introverts. My book coach is 82 and her car broke down, so she uses Zoom to be social. Yeah. So, but is there a time when it's too much, or am I being too much? Am I doing too much? Or is that, I thought we were supposed to be like out. Now I do know about introvert because I have things like that. Like I could stay in the house. Oh God, y'all, I could stay in the house. To respect and support, I have to leave and catch the rest on replay. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for coming. I'm gonna not be going on too much longer, but thank you for coming over here. I appreciate you watching. I don't know. I don't know if okay. So I can stay in the house because I work and then I work on computers, so I can work in my house. Like, baby, I could push it. Like there were people that were itching in COVID, and I was like, I don't know what the hell, y'all. I got everything in here. I can do whatever I want. I have all kinds of fun stuff to do. But eventually, let me tell you what happened. I was in my room. My room is set up like because I'm working in there. This is when I was at the IRS. I'm working out of my room. I got at this time, I'm like, I got everything I need right here. I don't need to go outside. So something, I think the kids, we went out, they start opening stuff up, and we went out. I got in the back of my son's car, and it's like all black on the inside. I will never forget this. And I just started like breathing fast. I was like, I got to get out of this car. I got to get out of this car. Him and my younger son, they used to sit in the front seat and be like doing their little rap songs or whatever together. And I was like, I got to get out of this car. I got to get out of the back. I said, hey, we gotta stop. We gotta get out, go in someplace. Because I was getting worked up. I was like, holy shit. So I didn't pay no mind. I went back. We went out. I did a little bit of shopping and went back to the house. We weren't out that long. It was probably about 2 hours. Went back in the house. And then I had something else come up. I went outside and I was like, holy shit. I couldn't take it. I had to go back inside. I felt like my heart was beating fast. I was getting jittery. It was just really, I didn't know what was going on with me. I said, oh man, I'm about to have a heart attack. Damn, I had something to do today. Ain't that crazy? That's what popped in my head. I was like, damn, I had stuff to do today. So it got really bad, you guys, to the point where I called the ambulance. I had my daughter call the ambulance. And she's freaking out. She's like, Mom. I'm like, holy shit. And I'm thinking about, do I have baby aspirin? I literally felt like I was going to die. So the paramedics get there. They come in. They take. Now, by this time, I done went back up into my room. So the paramedics come upstairs and they're like, she's in her room. She's in her room. And I'm sitting there on the couch and I'm like, oh my God. So he comes in and he looks around and he's like, hey, how you feeling? I said, not good. I think something's wrong with my heart. You know, I felt like a damn fool, y'all. I swear to God. So he takes my vitals and everything. He was like, well, you know, not nothing. We don't see nothing. I said, no, I'm sweating. You can't see me sweating. He was like, yes. And he was looking around. I was like, what the hell is he looking at? Like, so he said, hey, he said, by any chance, he said, how long have you been in this room? I was like, I don't know. Like, why is he asking me this? He was like, have you been in this room for a long time? I hadn't even realized I had been in my room. Yep, you called it. I hadn't even realized I had been in my room, everything. If the kids came in, I was like, hey, bring me back this. You know, I was like in my room. I had the TV. I got my systems hooked up. I got all this stuff going on. Sorry about that. But I got all this stuff going on in my room. I'm in my room picking it. And I got like board game. I got everything. Got the game system up. Everything's in there. And he was like, you know, you can't stay in a room like that. I go to the bathroom and go back to my bed. You know, go to the bathroom, go back to my bed. He was like, you can't stay in a room like that. I was like, why not? He said, you're probably having a panic attack. He said, follow me downstairs. So I fell him, and I was going downstairs to the kitchen. I was like, I've been downstairs. And he was like, well, come on out to the ambulance and stuff. I was trying to go out to the ambulance and it started up again. He was like, "You're having panic attacks because you cannot be in a closed space like that." Yep. And I'm like, oh shit, am I gonna be okay? He was like, "Yeah, you just need to start practicing every day to get up and going outside." I said, "I've been up in here kicking it." I could not tell them. I think I had been in my room, y'all. I ain't even gonna lie to you. I think I've been up there for about a month. About a month, locked in. So people wondering how I could go years without. I'll be locked in. I got all this stuff to do. I was in there for about a good month doing work. I was getting up and going downstairs, checking things, throw a load of clothes in the laundry, whatever, go out to, the car, whatever. And I think a couple of times I even went out to, get the mail if the kids missed it and everything. But anytime I needed something, and this is back like when my son, he had gotten a car, and so he was like, "You want me to go to the store? Sure, I'll go." He was zipping all over the place, but I hadn't even realized that I hadn't been out of that house. I hadn't been out of the room, and it was a whole month, and I was having panic attacks. And yes, yep, yep. And I think a lot of that kicked back in when I was out there, and because there really wasn't nowhere I could go from taking care of his mom. Like there wasn't really anything there, and I didn't want to be in there. Like for that, you could go to the porch, and that was it. Like you couldn't leave the house because she's there, and there's no way like you can, like I said, you could get her in and out. That's what made me think like, what? How the hell is she getting in and out? Like if I can't take her out, like how is she getting in and out? And his house is not like my house. That's all where my stuff is. I got all kinds of shit in there to hang out and be cool and kicking it. But yeah, that was crazy. And that happened back in 2020. And so knowing that you can't be in places like that, I just been worried about that the woman. Yeah, it really makes me sad for her. Yeah, that's how I was too, Kat. Shoot. I was like, go where for what? COVID was dope. I was banging, smoking cigars, everything. Yep. I had the surround sound going. And let me tell you, my well, I won't say I'm lazy, but this is when my parents, I don't even understand how they had it, but they had these little plug-in intercoms. So they was like, "Here, you want this?" Because we just call or text each other. I was like, "Yeah, okay, cool." And we had an intercom in there, so you don't even have to leave the call downstairs. You could just like call down there and be like, "Bring me something to drink." So there really was no reason to leave outside of the room unless the people were gone. And it got bad before it got worse, or it got bad before it got better, because then it was like when everybody leave, you want to hop in the shower, and then my brain was like, "What if somebody's in here?" Yeah, it got really I got really paranoid. I would never do nothing like that to myself ever again. You make sure I get up, I take a break, I move around, even at work. I don't stay in the office too much. I come out, I walk, I move around. But yeah, I was tripping. My kids was like, "Man, something is wrong with you." I was like, "What?" I was gonna die. But, oh man, don't stay in no closed spaces like that. Even if you kicking it, you're having fun, you got everything that you want. Get up, get out, and do something. Because I was really enjoying that. But okay, so we had 3:05:45. I just wanted to hop on here and do the live. I didn't have very many videos to show you guys because I I didn't look for any. This was kind of like, I just wanted to tell you guys a story, go over what it is like for women, you know, dealing with men that are not completely transparent. Use that time wisely. Guys, please use the time wisely when you are dating. You know, find out what you need to know, because after you lay down with somebody, it's a wrap. It's a wrap. I even teach my kids. I have a system with teaching them how to date. You know, you go out, and now it's popping off a little bit, but people are still going out on dinner dates too fast. Like, especially if somebody's got to pick you up, a man's got to pick you up, you shouldn't be going out to dinner with him until you feel comfortable being in closed environments with someone that you don't know. Like, you should really not be going out. And then the paying for the meals, that was a signal, if anybody is old enough to remember, like this is some ancient time ago. We didn't have those problems because if you like the man, you let him pay for your meal. And if you didn't like him, you didn't let him pay for your meal. That was like a way of saying, yeah, well, this ends here, sir. You don't call me. We don't need to talk anymore. I'll take care of it. And men knew. But now girls are wanting what? Like purses and all this other stuff. This is all very new territory for me. And so I definitely taught my kids to, I got your Cash App, sir. But yeah, I definitely taught my kids how to date properly. And I'm watching them. Let them go off. But yeah, how to date properly. If you meet someone, take them out to have a drink, because the woman should get a chance to represent herself. You get a chance to represent yourself. You never know. You might be washing and cleaning out the car, doing whatever, and you bump into somebody that takes takes your breath away. Have the drink, ice cream, whatever, not alcoholic beverage, because that'll impair your judgment. But go out, have a drink, coffee, whatever, and get to see them again. And then talk more on the phone. It's more talking. You can meet up for a drink as many times as you want to, a small meal, appetizer, whatever. But that dinner does not come until way later on. Let me tell you, the dinner for me is like a baptism. You know, where you have an outward show that, this is what my faith, and this is what I'm choosing to do. That's the same way with going out to dinner with somebody. That is your outward show. Hey, this is who I'm seeing. This can't be confused. Now, going out for drinks, that's always in the daytime, because you can excuse that away. That was a work colleague, or that was a client, whatever. If it don't work out, no problem. But if you're going out to dinner, that's different. If the baby mama show up and be like, "Who's her?" you ain't got you kind of locked in. You gotta come clean, because people don't go out. I mean, you could say it's an investment meeting or something, but usually you there on for a romance. And so that's really what it is. If you got to get out of there nowadays, it's perfect, because you can Uber or Lyft up out of there. You don't have to like literally let the same person, like back in the day, if you went out to dinner and he just did something wild and weird, and you be like, "Oh no, I will handle my tab, you take care of yours." And you still had to ride home or call somebody to come get you. But now you can just be like, you can be out. I got this. Thank you. Have a good life, basically. And then call you a lift and be up out. And nobody knows. Except for the fact that you was out in public having dinner with this weirdo. Because figured out something about him or he did something crazy. But then you also have to have dates that are amongst people. You want to see how this person treats other people. You want to see how he mingles, how he excuses himself. You want to be watching all this stuff. It's all just to get a gauge on who you're dealing with. I personally, outside of where I'm at right now, I personally, if anything ever happened, I would never date long distance ever again. It just, you get too emotionally invested in something that could have been snipped and cut off from, like, why do I need to wait 6 months to figure out that you're weird? Like, no, there's no need. If they're local, but I had my reasons not for dating local. In the beginning of this, you guys can kind of fit it together. I didn't want to date local. I don't see it as a flex of somebody being like, oh, your baby mama, she's dating such and such. It's a small city here. You ain't gonna be able to pull too much over, especially for certain people. We all know each other. So you don't want to be out dating, your ex's colleagues and friends and shit like that. No, you don't want to do that. So you date outward. But there's problems with that. So what took me 2 years, I could have, like I said, I could have got that shit wrapped up in about 5 days. It's a benefit to him too, because one of the women I told you came up, she'd been with him for years. She never even knew where he lived. And know more about him. I'd be calling her, like, did you experience this? She'd be like, yeah, girl, he really do be doing that. I'm like, what? So you gotta know. She watches some of this shit and hit me. She's like, what the hell? Ooh, they got it wrong. I was like, yep, let them go on down. I don't give a shit. Let them go on down that road. Let them figure it out. We all have texts like what Trey posted up. We all have those. Why ain't you talking? What's going on? What the hell did I do to you? Like, it comes. We all have them. So he's just a nut bucket. He's a nut bucket. But shout out to the young girl that was coming with her little waist trainer on. She's like, shit, he's crazy. I'm good. I got my waist snatched. She's going on with life, and that's exactly how you should be. I love that for her. I hope that it's as good as what it looks. I hope that she just, goes back out there, and that just gave me life. And she knew all this stuff from being in the home with them. Like, yeah, he gonna be washing his ass for days. I'm like, what? What? But she didn't internalize it. She was like, he's a psychopath. This is how this house looks. And what's up? I got my waist snatched. I love that for her. I'm glad that it didn't turn out to be, I hope it didn't turn out to be anything like, I mess with this old fogey ass dude and he's weird. And right, I love that about her. She was like, yep, got the waist trainer on up there vaping, like, yep, he weird. He's weird. This house is a mess. And the way she was going up them steps with them shoes, she was like, yeah, nigga, I got you. I couldn't have personally did that. I battled with that. And I don't doubt that she's a good person. I think that she was just like, it is what it is. Like, play stupid games, you want stupid prize, you think, and he talks down to people. I can't imagine how he was talking to her, treating her, lying to her. But I hope she has the most fabulous life. And like I said, I could not put out those pictures, but I was worried about somebody getting the layout and his mama's right there. So if anybody ran up in there, because a lot of people just give him a pass, they like he's crazy. We don't pay him no mind. We've been knowing about him. And Philly people are really, I loved it. I loved Philly. I like this. It's got some crazy shit going on out there, but I loved Philly. I love the people. Like you can sit and talk to people, and it's dope. It's not as we're not that open here in Kansas City. We're just not. We're more reserved. But they're open, they're kind, they don't put on no fronts. It is what it is. And people were just like, yeah, we knew that about him. We've been knowing about that. And I was like, okay. But I didn't feel comfortable with the inside of the house being put out. But like I said, I don't shame her about that. She's young. That's where she was at. And if you want, that's where we were talking about the whole premise of all of this. If you want to place blame, you got to blame him because she's in an age where she may be naive or she may not look at things with the consequences attached to it like I am. I'm older. I've seen more. I know that certain things are real, but she's not thinking of life like that. And that's why you stay in your age range. That's why you don't do people dirty that have access to these things that could hurt you, that could hurt the ones you love. So I wish her nothing but the best. Nothing but the best. She was like, I don't like Siobhan, but I was like, you ain't gotta like me, baby. I'm okay with that. I'm pretty sure you've heard some stories. The story has been flipped and everything. But me and her sister talked, and we're cool. Everything's cool. But it just it played out like it had to play out. Yeah, Wallow and Gilly don't really be too much bothered with him. That tells me a lot. A lot. So one thing I'm not gonna do is I'm not gonna sit up there and be like, "You a liar? You the same as a killer, drug dealer." Yeah, I don't. That trying to put that comparison with me and really all of us. That's just weird work. That means you're diluting what he's doing to try to put us on the same level. We're no way near the same people. It's a reach. I rebuke it and send that shit back on up. Let's see. You said there was weird though. Like why? But she's a baby, so understand. Yeah, and you can't expect that of people that don't. You know what I'm saying? We can't expect that of them because they don't live in that. It's kind of like wear your seatbelt. You got to tell them wear your seatbelt. I ain't nothing gonna happen to me. I'm invincible. That's the mentality when you're young. I'm invincible. Ain't nothing gonna happen. You're tripping, but she does a lot of the kids in Philly. He claims he's for the kids. Why you're not working? Right. He don't do nothing for Philly. He does not do nothing for Philly. So he ain't out there. I know when he was here, he was trying to get on anything and everything that he could get clout off of. The girl who got punched in the nose by the white boy, they didn't want to get busy with him. Ralph Yarbrough, the little boy that got shot through the door, they didn't want to get busy with him. And he was just, and then when we had the tragedy with the family happened, he clouded off of that. It's a girl that was up on, she was just talking about that. Like, you don't know me, you don't know my son, and y'all out here trying to march on his behalf, and you don't even know how old he is. Some of this stuff people just be trying to cloud off of. And he took that. I was talking to the family, and I didn't want them to think I was just there because I was trying to gather information. And next thing I know, here he done threw the little boy up. He didn't even tell me. He threw the baby up there on Instagram for clout. You didn't know him. You didn't know those were my people. Or my connect, not my people, but my connection. You didn't have no right to align yourself with him. But that's what he does. He has no respect for anybody. And the family stopped talking to me. They stopped talking to me. I would think that I was there too. Why you didn't tell me when the funeral was? Why? So you could cloud off of that? I'm not telling you nothing. And that family wasn't just any, like his dad was high up. He was like one of the 40 black men at 40, like successful. He was really, really successful. The mother too. She was a like LPN in the army, like in the army. She was a doctor in the army for war. I forget what the name of that unit was, but yeah, she was prominent. He was prominent. We got along. I didn't know them that well, but we got along well enough that they was willing to invest in what I was doing, so we could bring people into the city and get people interested in some of this stuff. But I learned really quick not to let him know anything about anybody I know or no. Well, you guys, I think I have talked y'all's heads off. I really appreciate everybody watching. Like I said, I'm going to do a live after the interview on Friday. So Friday night, we're going to rendezvous back here. I will have a store. No, I will have a show mapped out from point to point. I try not to keep y'all too long because I know it gets redundant. But I can't really do what I've been wanting to do, like dropping some of these things. Yes, an army medic. Thank you. And that was so simple. My brain be tapped. They like, she's drunk. No, I'm tired. Like I don't even drink like that. People who know me be watching that stuff like, boy, they have no idea. I don't even drink. Every other blue moon. But yeah, like what I was saying is I'm going to try and get that mapped out so we can have a show. But I did want to go over that because I wanted to address some things that are out there that are false. I don't want a lie to get too far, and a lot of that stuff that they're pulling up is a lot of the reason why Umar's been up. The shit's not hidden. It's not hidden. It don't make me feel no type of way. I feel sorry for people that are out there that believe it, but that's mess. That's how it rolls. I'm stop giving and correcting people. But the stuff that I want to bring to you guys, I have to shake this shit off before I bring it because I don't want, in a way, this dude just sent a thing because he a $500 eviction thing landlord to my, like, yeah, if you do some dingy shit like that, yeah, you'll contact people that I bring on the show, places that I show. I know the ropes from being, hip to it. We're dealing with a lot of people that can't self-regulate. And that's not me just saying to take shots at people. It's just that's the level of immaturity that it's on. Like they don't work themselves that far up into a tizzy that this is how they're going. So, hey, Yogi. So I can't open up, other parts of my life and drag this bullshit with it. It's got to fall off first and then we can start getting to the good. But until that happens, we could talk about what they want to talk about, and that's Amor Johnson. But I want to add some other things to it so that it's not all about him. Today, it was just kind of like, I can't say what I wanted to say because I found out you can't say shit like that. I was gonna say free balling it, but I figured out what that means. Somebody told me, they was like, you need to stop saying. I was like, we'll just wing it. So we'll say wing it and stop saying free balling it. I don't know what that meant with it. I just be repeating stuff, but yeah, I know now. Women do not say free balling. That's not. Don't say that. And another one was this tells you I be hanging around with too many dudes when I'll be like, I ain't hard up about it. Like, don't say that. You can't. I'm a woman. I can't say stuff like that. I don't think I really be paying attention what that means. So I gotta stop saying that type of shit. Like, I'm not, we're just gonna free ball it. Like, I can't free ball it. Maybe that's a woman without wearing a bra. So I don't know. Maybe we can say that. Maybe they're wrong. But I know the hard up thing, I gotta stop saying that because that's like, no, that's not your lane. But yeah, that's where we're at with it. But we can still have fun. We can talk about some things. I will go over old stuff because it's stuff that I've never seen before. I'm not trying to be Lennon. I'm not trying to do anything else. I'm just doing my show the way I do it. Sometimes I take you guys on the journey with me. And yeah, it is definitely from a different. Oh, okay. I thought you said. But some of this stuff, I'll be like, what? And I've heard men say it. Now I understand why I could never take the boys to get their hair cut. I was a teen mom, but I could never take the boys to get their hair cut. They was like talking about the weather and shit. They're like, get her ass out of here. They want to talk about booties and all that other stuff. Men are crazy. But yeah, I'm just going through and wasting time and everything else basically, but trying to also get some engagement so you guys know who I am, because they're gonna tell you everything. They're gonna tell you everything, and it's not true. I just get your own experience from this, and then we'll start moving on to the good stuff, and we can have some fun. But I do appreciate everybody showing up and spending your time with me and listening to me. Yeah, men definitely have some wild combos. I'd be like, bruh, I'm going outside because I don't want to. Back in the day, we used to be on these. I don't know if some of you know about this, but there used to be ramp kits. This is when I first got out of high school. Oh my God. And I didn't know how stupid that was until I got older. But guys would get these K5s and they would put ram kits on the front of them. And you would hang on a ram kit and they would speed up and then, kind of hit the brake. And that's what we thought was having fun. A lot of stuff has fell off though, like the souped up remote control cars. I told the boys, I was like, we need to get some of them because that was fun. No, you're fine. This was I hit you up and I kind of was just like, well, we'll just go with it. But I appreciate you showing up, Yogi. Dope shit. But yeah, I just do things that are fun. I want to take y'all when I went roller skating and stuff like that. Not that you care, but I just have stuff that I like doing and I feel like it'd be fun, but I don't want to turn my comments off. I think adults should be able to self-regulate and keep your ass off my page. If I don't understand what the point of covering me is, if you're just going to say negative stuff, then why would you sit and waste your time? And even your king said that. Like, find something. There's so much other stuff out here to focus on. I wouldn't focus on it, but and I don't watch it. I'm like, look, they did the video with the text and the booty pics what, 13 days ago. People been asking me if are you okay? We got your back. I'm like, okay, cool. I'm not even knowing what they talking about. People taking shots and shit. I'm like, yeah, right back at you. I didn't even know that it was a group of people sitting up there just like willy-nilly with my ass on the screen. Like, wow. It wouldn't have been me. I've been like, okay, I'm gonna catch y'all next show. I don't want to see no woman's butt. Like, I don't want to see that shit. I wouldn't have stayed for that show. But they was over there, and I don't care about the comments and nothing. I really don't. I'm secure with my body. I am. Oh, and I should have told you. Let me say this while I have you guys. Let me tell you this, okay? Yeah, that's some weirdo stuff. A man passing a man photos of a woman you laid with. I don't even care if y'all ain't even dealing with each other no more. The men that I know and hang out with, they would have been like, bro, I don't want to see that. Because that was for you, and I ain't trying to see that. And I wouldn't let nobody, if he did, I wouldn't let nobody else know that I had him. These dudes went straight to, I was like, oh God. And y'all know I had to report that shit. I didn't report, I did a little reporting to YouTube, but I took that shit straight where it needed to go. And it was like, no, they didn't. I said, oh, yes, the fuck they did. Look at this shit. I think some people need to like get out and be around other people and do this shit in front of them and then watch their face when you do this dumb shit. See if they think it's as cool as you. Now, it's a certain persuasion that's over there that they're going to be G for all of that. They don't see nothing wrong with it. But as far as with us, that shit is weird. That is damn weird. Don't take it down, leave it up there. And it didn't embarrass it. I made peace with all that. I made peace with all of it when I said, you know what? Yeah, he got so many damn pictures of me. If you got that many and was requesting them, send me my pic, send me my pic, send me my pic, send me my pic. And I was like, okay, all right. Okay. And thirsting over him. He didn't send that though. He didn't send any of that. But my thing is like, I've never been with a guy who wanted that. And I've always heard the horror stories, y'all. And I was like, why would the girl send, and then here I am at my old age being that girl. I really thought them pictures are a testimony that I really thought that this dude was different, and he's not. Look at all the weirdos that done got hemmed up for doing stupid shit like this. Google it. Google it and look at the profile pictures. Like, that's not, it wasn't the flex he thought it was. Just like he went and put up some other stuff. He put up cleaning shit out of a toilet bowl and he thought that was a hit. Umar's not able to gauge. This is why he's the weirdo. Y'all supposed to be different. The guy that brought it to and the other ones that said, y'all should be like, hey, bro, yeah, crop that shit down. We'll go over the text and everything else. But they was G. They was in there and kikiing and all that. And then the people in the comment section, as a woman, I don't care if I'm funking with you or not. I'm not going to sit up there and watch anything like that. I'm just not going to do it. Out of respect for not you, but just women in general. And both of these men have girls. God help them. God help them. But they say those are the ones that their first kids are girls. They don't have because the masculinity is not present. But I just felt like, yeah, no, that was not a good look ever, ever. Would never go into that. But I didn't know anything about it, and when I found out about it, yeah, that's some weird shit. I'm not in for revenge porn or anything, but Umar hasn't gotten the memo. I have pictures of him. I got vocals of him sounding like a fucking cow that got hit by a tractor. I have everything and more that he has, and I would never release it. Even if it was legal, I wouldn't release it. I would never release it. I ain't. It's, you know how easy it is to just get somebody and slide it to them and then let them release it. There is a girl at my old job that had a thing for Umar. She didn't get to come to the event because she had something else going on, but she just was crazy about Umar. She used to come up and talk to me about him all the time. She didn't know I was messing with him. I could have just slid her, be like, "Here, girl, there's your curiosity." That's what he looked like. But she would have been like, "What the fuck?" Like, no, I don't want to. They're not for it. No. He don't see nothing wrong with it. But this is the same guy that take pictures of, and y'all gotta know, if he'll take pictures of women in public without their knowledge, just be videotaping people and probably going home and tugging a tiger. Ain't no way you're not tugging a tiger. And every time you go out of the United States, you need pictures of me. Every time we get talking, you need pictures of me. Yeah, you're a weirdo. Just own up to that shit. But I'm not embarrassing my ass. If you want to look at it, look at it. I don't know. But I'm playing, y'all. I'm playing. But I was not hurt about it, and I didn't even know what was happening. But now I'm good. You know, if it was something, but it's, you can see more at Miami Beach. You know, whoop de woo, you seen some ass, there's some black ass. Oh God. And I called one of the chicks to me. I was like, well, I ain't gonna say that because I don't probably, I would want to tell y'all something, but it'd be telling y'all too much. It'll tell you who them people are. Hey, baby, I could have shot that. And Tasha K says this all the time. She's like, hey, y'all that expose, do not send me pics. I think it's like situational awareness. And yeah, when you're not feeling nobody, you'll pass that shit fucking quick as hell. But I would never do that. I could have, that girl would, I don't know how she would have, what she would have thought of me if I did that. Like, hey, you know what? What if you got to see Umar naked? How would you feel about that? She'd be like, girl, no. I don't. Or even just people that ask me what he working with or whatever. Like, I'll show you. I can show you. Oh God, yeah. I don't know what the fuck be going through that dude. I don't know what happened. I don't know the premise of how he was raped. I don't know. But evidently it's common because it was other other men up there doing it. But I called it out. I said this, I told everybody beforehand, and I was not wrong. It takes a special type of person that is attracted to him. It takes a special type of person. Umar portrays himself as esteemed medical profession, great mind, engages in revenge porn and mudslinging. Dude is a whole, yeah, yeah. Yeah, there's no male that is on the up and up that's gonna be like, oh damn, he got her. Yeah, he got her. They're not gonna clap that up. They're not gonna clap that up. Trust me. I said I've only seen this in her. I didn't even remember seeing anything like that in high school, where girls had gotten caught up, but only time I've ever seen anything like that done or heard of it is men passing photos of like girls that would send photos of themselves in the penitentiary. And that was like shit, we ain't here. It's desperate times calls for desperate measures. But bro, you are a whole man free. What is you doing? And I'm not even saying that's right. I'm not saying that that's right at all. I'm saying those are criminals, though. They are, their mind is on a different level. This is like, bro. So if you did send him pictures, and I told the women like, y'all don't want to come out because he's got these pictures, I get it. But that man is. Do y'all know people like the guy in the movie that has the girls, and so all the other guys that can't get the girls, like the weird dudes, are like, oh man, man, he's the guy, he's the man because he's getting the girls. This is how he thinks he's coming off to other men. And then it's the same way when he's putting posts up on IG. This is why I thought that it was really a facade, the act that he was portraying, like he's got all these girls. It was an act. And he used to say stupid stuff like, oh, you ain't got no queen. You ain't got no queen. You gotta get your queendom up. Like, you are hollering about black queens forever, snow bunnies never. You a black man co-signing this shit? Like, that's weak. That's weak. That's like, that gotta come from the white side of your family. He's a dumb to release if you have pics of him. He never Mexican stand. Oh, but my mom raised a better person. I'm not, but see, he banks on that. And this is the point of A. Davis. This is the point of this whole show, is that people will not let me get off what he does. When I released his mother's picture, and this is with permission from the family, oh, they fell over. Oh God, no! Why did she do this? Why? Like, how do you think I got the pictures? I got even pictures Umar don't have. How do you think I got these pictures? The family sent it to me. So yeah, I have them. I have them in my possession. Have I let them go? I can't get down in the dirt with him because I have people that will not get somewhere and sit down and let me just go head up with them. But see, there's also a thing too where how far do you want to go? Because I could have absolutely passed my shit off to a male, let him get in here all logic and just obliterate him. I could have did that. But then people will look at me some type of way. You see what I'm saying? If I gave it and I got some dudes, oh my God, they would have ended him online. I mean, they're bad. But, and even with the other dude, but I'm saying it would be under my name. It would be like I was posting this stuff and people would be like, shame, shame, shame on you. You see what I'm saying? So I don't get the same passes. I had a guy that was supposed to do my tech and he ended up getting into something else and he couldn't do my IG. I didn't even want to do IG. I was to let him go head up with a young dude. because he's young-minded. He needs to have somebody that can get in there and dig in his ass. But I couldn't get the guy because he needed a job. He needed to do what he had to do. But I don't get those same things. They can do it, but it's a problem. Yep, there's a problem if I do it. And I would have made that man cry. And I would have let him go. I would have they came over here like, now remember, he did this stinky coochie thingy, whatever. But he don't want anybody to talk about anything related to him. You can't care about who you say you care about. And you put things out and people know how to fire back. I don't have that. If I go into the gutter with you, it's going to look different. They couldn't take it for what I did. And I didn't say anything bad. I did it in a tasteful manner. But what I did say, they couldn't take it. That's not my mom. That's his mom. If you love her, protect her. Don't expect other people to protect her. Same way people need to wake up about their kids. That, but by the grace of God, you have people that will not do that type of evil because they don't want it on them. But they'll get in there and they'll tell everything. And then let you deal with the consequences because you put somebody in your space that's out of control. You see how that works? You can't even play with this stuff or rationalize it because it makes you a monster. But if I put a young dude in this and let him go, baby, it would have been ugly. People would have hated me. But he would have been hurt. He would have been hurt. I know some real goofballs. They love to laugh. And it would have been ugly. And we don't care. Because the way that I think about things, you gotta consider the messenger. So you can shoot back with whatever, but I'm like, nigga, you don't wash your ass every day. Like, then you can say, bounce off me, sticks to you. Like, that's my mentality. I have a darker sense of humor. You know what I'm saying, but I'm not a dark person. But I could take some hits. I have cousins that will sit up there and joan on you all damn day. I can handle it. I'll laugh that stuff off and I'll shoot back. But when I shoot back, it ain't gonna be funny. It's not going to be funny. And then people are going to be like, she's a monster. She's mean. How can she say that? How can she do? Well, all's fair in war, right? No, you can't do that. And then it only puts evil out in the world. I got to be different. But see, I almost would be able to understand Rimram and the other dude. I can't remember his damn name for nothing. I would have understood them. But the problem with that is nobody did anything to you. You don't have any personal skin. It ain't like I stole $50 and out of your pocket or something and you had to feed your kid and you had to resort to this or anything like. Nothing was done to you. You are in champion for a monster. And some people believe they deserve to get it. They're like, shit, dust them off. I don't want to do that because they're not my focus. Then everybody's going to be coming, and I don't want to deal with that. Nobody asked them to get in this. They're the ones that made up this storyline that they're running with. Then in of itself is enough to clown him. You don't wash. Yeah, like you're not washing your ass, sir. You got a damn foot fungus. You out here hunting for cooch. You need to be hunting for a what do they call them? Podiatrist. Your head is sweating. You're snorting all the time. You need to go see somebody about that. Go get an alignment done on your back. You always ask the people, go get your damn skeleton shit lined up. There's a lot of stuff that he could be doing, but he's not on positive shit. You're around women all the time. Why do your feet look like that? Why are you walking around doing podcasts with hundreds of thousands of views and you got damn hair dye on your hands? Yeah, podiatrist, yeah. And ENT, yeah, he needs a damn sure. And other things. And a chiropractor, yeah. Like, you claiming you got all these queens, but your house looks like this. It don't make sense. I don't care to make it make sense. I just think that, and you don't have enough self-awareness to be quiet. And then you got dumb people that are following behind and championing this shit. There's no way you could put me on a level of him. You a damn lie. Ain't no damn way. No way, no way. And it wasn't about the way that he lives, because if he had the type of help me out, and even if he was still nasty, but he never moved against me, I would never even said nothing about nothing. It would have been done. He needs a head doc. He needs to be 302. Umar probably needs the work. Honestly, he's not responsible and doesn't have a good woman in his life to encourage him to do so. Yeah, and a good woman, he will be always repelled by the shit that he does. This is why he has to resort to children. And not children, younger women that are too naive and young or low self-esteem. And this is why I said the first thing, y'all, I'm going to be honest with you. As soon as people know or think that you have been dating Umar Johnson and you're a woman, I'm just being honest with you. And I had to listen to this from a cousin, but he's damn sure right. The first thing they're going to think is you got low self-esteem. That's just what it is. You're depressed. This is why everybody was like, what was going on? What was you feeling? What was it? Like, no, I was just walking around with my head. Like, that's not a flex to align yourself with. That's the first thing people gonna think. And he's had plenty of good women. He doesn't know what to do with them. And they eventually get tired of him. Ain't no damn way that man can pull a woman with a PhD. He got 6 degrees. No woman is going to be bothered with him with a PhD. Unless she has severe trauma. I'm telling you what I know. I don't give a damn how bad her body is. I don't care if that woman walks and glitter falls out. It doesn't matter. That's an outward show that you have problems, because you are linked up with a man that has the problems that I know he has, and you're cool. You just been sitting like that for years. You ain't try to elevate him. You ain't try to help him. None of that shit. You can get him, and I didn't come out like flexing, oh, my man. No, I date anybody. I date even a dude looking for a job. But he got to have a plan. He's got to be a good character. I didn't try to link up with his ass because I thought he was different. He's not different. There are men that are out here, they go through stuff. Some things they just need a little help, a little time. They got a plan. I'm that chick. I could take and put my hand on you and I got a Midas touch. I know that about myself. But I don't want a man like that because I've raised so many kids. But if I get a hold of somebody and they look, I ain't got this, I don't have that, but I'm trying. Let me show you. I can show you how to get the bag up. That I can show you. I can show you how to do this. That I can show you. If we're going to be together, we're going to be productive. But if he like, nah, I ain't trying to get a no job, not right now. Okay, not even that, but you gotta have a plan. I gotta have something. You gotta give me something to work with. Hey, Malik, I'm up here running my mouth. You gotta give me something to work with. You ain't gotta have it all. I'm not one of them. I want to be a soft light and be by the pool while you out here. I want to be in there grinding right along with you. Show me how to get it. That's why I went into that space. I thought that this was a man that could pour into me, especially in this area. He can't. He cannot. You can't be an enthusiast or be eager for your people and be satisfied with dealing with that. Any woman that goes in there, let me explain something. If you're a woman and you're ambitious, I don't give a shit where you are in life. Where you are. If you're a woman and you're ambitious, ain't no damn way you gonna get with a man like that, shelve your shit, and follow him over a cliff. Think about it. Now, if he's a man and he's got a plan and he could pour into me like, oh, you've been doing this wrong. I love a man and teach me, baby. Yes. I'm all ears. Show me. Show me how I can help you even. But I cannot deal with nobody that don't have a plan, evil as hell, want to run me down, take up my time, shit on me when they feel like the world done shitted on me. Yeah, we ain't gonna be able to do that. Because I will never do that to you. Any man that sit up there and say, well, I'm gonna get it, we're gonna link up, but you ain't worth talking to other than, whatever I decide to talk to you about. Oh, baby, then I don't need to be in this space. And that's why I said we can keep this for what it is. And when you find your wives, then you can share all that shit with them. I was okay with that. But he's not the man that can do shit like that. I'm looking around like, nigga, you need some help. What are you talking about? You don't want to take no help from me? As if I've been keeping house since I was young. I could teach you some shit. And I'm not trying to talk to him like he's a child or belittle him. I'm doing it and still empowering him, still putting him good words, speaking life into him, still having until he turned into a damn dog. I'm still talking and pushing life into him. But it's only so much, not too much, not too much. You can't keep talking to me crazy and you in here living like a raccoon. And I'm cleaning up after your mother. No, you need somebody stupid in this space. I'm not her. I'm not her. You don't want to change. You don't want to elevate. You don't want to get the school open. You're not trying to do anything. You're trying to micromanage and level people, and you're trying to run people down because you have mental health and you have self-esteem issues. And this is not going to work. He is baby Huey. Yeah, I'm all about that. But I'm just trying to explain to women where men think there are women out here that will not, they want you guys to show up with everything. That's not all women. That's not all women. But you got to determine who's worth dealing with and who ain't worth dealing with. And sometimes it's like casting pearls before swine. You got to let it go. But you will never see him. And I told him this in a text. Nobody will see you with a bad chick. No one will see him with a bad chick, or she's going to have some serious problems underneath. she's gonna have some serious problems because nobody feeling empowered and nobody's gonna stay in that space too long. He'll break you down. He'll run you down. I've seen abusive men do this to women. I've went into spaces to pick women up. Chicks are beautiful. And they with dudes missing teeth. And I'm like, why do you care? Why do you care what he thinks? Hey, love the hard love with a hard love. But I'm like, girl, you're beautiful. What are you talking about? But once a man gets your mind and he mess up your mind, it's a wrap. It's a wrap. There's nothing else. And that is what Umar does. Umar get in your brain and jack up your brain and have you thinking you lucky to even be walking by him, and he need to be taking pointers from you. But you gotta have your eyes open. You gotta have that about yourself already. So when you go in them spaces, you can know. You can't be like me. I was walking with my head down. My head was somewhere else. I was looking at the wrong thing and making up in my mind a scenario that was not playing out before my eyes. And I never say what I won't do. You're always a breath away. You are always just a breath away. The right situation, the right order of events. I don't judge anyone. Anyone. I could never lay down for money. That, but by the grace of God, you have not had to. I don't judge anyone. Anyone. Now I get next to these women and I teach them how, okay, that life is over. We got to get it the other way. You don't see a door, you got to draw one. You got to find a way where a way does not exist. And you done let this man in and he's telling you that you're not smart enough to do it. You got to prove it to yourself and wait until he see you proving it to yourself. And some of this has kept women and some of it has not. Sometimes I lose them. You know, y'all don't know how devastating it is for a woman to be wearing tire tracks on the side of her thigh. She will never, ever, ever get rid of that. That will be with her for the rest of her life. And to see a woman so broken that she turns around and goes back into that situation because she feels like she's not capable of doing better. It'll break your heart. It will break your heart. It's different. It's different. And I've seen it. And I've had to let it go. And took the kids back into it with her. And still told her if she need me to call me. But that's what a lot of women are going through. And it's men out here going through the same. Getting their windows busted out and their car tore up because a woman is so insecure that this man has worked all year to try to get something to remind him when he get off of working his body into the ground that this is why I'm hustling and I'm doing this. And to watch a female just tear it up, because something's wrong with her, because she don't want him to use the car to pull a bad bitch. That's what it all boils down to. When you get down to it is some women that are out here that will do that shit. They'll hurt your kids taking care of them because the mother has gotten her ass or whooped her ass at one point, and wait till you go off to work and hurt your kids or treat your kids different. It's some evil out here, y'all. It's some real evil shit out here. But, you know, I try to stay away from certain things, and I try not to think about it because it will consume you and you can't let it burn you out. Like he be talking about the community, you know, I be in the community. Stepping. I've seen it. I have seen a lot of stuff. And it's like for everyone, it's like 5 more behind it. It's like a drop in the ocean. So when you see him talking that talk, you get excited. You want it. Like, yeah, come on, bring it. Yes. Yes. But imagine the feeling when you find out, oh, shit. It's just more of the same. You done mastered the talk, but you don't walk the walk. Jesus Christ. You don't see your kid. What? You got a baby mama story. You are a whole psychologist. You got 6 degrees and you didn't find no way of resolve, no way to de-escalate so that you can see your kid. It's not really even about him. It's just about, he's just like the poster child for that community. He's everything that's what's wrong. He hasn't mastered it. He wants to open a school and teach these kids. How can you teach these kids something that you have not mastered your damn self? That's like me being on dope and going to talk to dope addicts. So when they ask, when you get them cravings, you know, where do you go? You know, how do you deal with that? You got to dig deep. You got to find that grit. And I'm kicking that shit to them. And they like, yeah, you right. And then y'all meet up at the dope house. That's crazy to me. We don't have people that have mastered it. So yeah, you can't identify with certain people that come and they talk. You can't identify with it. But do you really want to identify with that? Do you need that camaraderie or whatever in order to be able to identify with what they're saying? Or do you want somebody to tell you, the one woman that has changed my life was a Black woman. She was an attorney. When I got to getting wild and crazy in high school and I wanted to do other things, I wasn't out here sleeping around or nothing, but I was into things that I didn't have no business being into. The person that saved my life was a woman. She was a Black attorney. And she reminded me, and at this time I had some mental block with my parents. I didn't even know I had the dopest parents in the fucking world. I had an amazing childhood. I was going to school with kids that never left the block. And my parents had took me all over the world. But I thought that block shit was cute. Because I finally came back to the States and I tapped in with my people. And this is what I thought it was about. And the person that yanked my head straight again was a Black woman. She was an attorney. She was that person outside of, your house that you can be like, oh, no, baby, you got this all wrong. And it saved my life. I would have been in the penitentiary. I know it. I'm young. I'm trained with weapons. Come on now. I got it together. But all of the things that I couldn't identify. She was like, you are a wannabe amount out here amongst lions. And you don't even realize and respect and love that your parents avoided all of this and you didn't have to deal with any of this. You're out here by choice. You're not the same. You're not going to last out here. And she told me some other wonderful things, but she stayed by my side. She mentored me, and that is what changed me. But she was the difference. I didn't need her to talk one way and then turn around and be something else. I don't know what the hell is wrong with this man. He can't reach kids, and not the kids that we out here seeing. They gravitate to him because he's funny. So they think, but other than that, you cannot put this man in the trenches in Philly. They will eat him alive. They'll eat him alive. And the only reason why I'm able to get out here and walk around and do what I got to do, and that's not even Philly, but it's because I grew up with them when I came back to the States. I know the lay of the land. I know what the rules are, the street rules. I know what they are. He doesn't have any clue. Because some of the stuff that he does just on code, he wouldn't do it. And when you see him going to all these different states and stuff, where in the hood do you see him? You don't see him out amongst them. He be in a building guarded. He can't get out there. And he ain't better than them. He's not better than them. Ain't like he lived in the suburbs and that's not even to say that he's better, but he's no different. He lived in that environment. He couldn't manage it when he was in it. So how are you going to be able to talk to a child that has some of the issues that they're faced with, choose the other direction? He's not like Dante Kyle. You know, Dante's out there talking and he's kicking that shit to these kids and they're listening. He's just in here being an ass with these kids in this video. Like, he don't have nowhere to take. How do I stop doing this? I don't know. I'm 51 and I'm still taking pictures of girls' ass. What you asking me for? Oh, shoot. I didn't raise none of my kids. What are you talking about? I don't know. What the hell are you asking me for? Ask your mama. They cannot help these kids. They can't help them. He can help with the college stuff. Okay, then do something and help kids with college. But maybe like the process of being a career student, how you can avoid the workforce by staying in school, getting degrees because you don't want to go to work. You don't want to pay bills. You don't want to cook for yourself. So you get a game. He's one of them dudes that keep women around him because he don't know how to cook for himself. He don't know how to do shit. Y'all, that's a sad, sad story. I'm going to let it go. But yeah, this is not being able to have women around you to do shit for you because you're too stupid. You don't know how to work a washing machine. That's not a flex. It's just not. So I just think that the worst thing that we could do is put this man in a school with kids. He's not going to create leaders and scholars, and damn sure not by this school. He was made by Philadelphia school system. He was made by a boarding school, a military boarding school. So there's nothing special about his curriculum that is going to change it. I know what he's trying to do, and it's It ain't it. This is not like this man is sitting around, like I said, doing Mensa puzzles, or he's a part of the Mensa Society or the 999 or anything like that. He's not that guy. He's someone that learned how to mimic, and that's it. Okay, you guys, I am done. I done went well into 4. I am so glad I got to talk to y'all, and it's been real. Hit me up if you have any questions, of course. Leave me comments. And we'll get back together on, what is that, Friday? Yeah, we're going to get back together on Friday. Okay? Any questions that pop up soon before we go? Anybody? Okay, dokie. I love y'all and take care. Peace.